What's up, mother cluckers? It's Aber Channel. Sorry, I'm a little bit late, as per usual, which means I'm right on time. Haha. But seriously, I like prepared, and I kind of over prepared actually, and I ended up spending like half an hour cutting into my setup time doing copyright claim disputes on my last 2 streams. Even though I like copy and paste my claim, which is just like, this is licensed music as part of the game's original soundtrack, which can't be turned off. It's gameplay, it's got accompanying sound effects. I'm talking over the music. It's clearly not a public performance of said music and covered under fair use. So I can copy and paste that, but like still have to individually respond to every single one of these stupid little claims for every single song in Fallout and LA Noire, which is quite a lot because they've got like a in-game radio that plays period pieces, which are all old enough that they probably should be in public domain anyway. However, that's not how our copyright system works. Anyway, and it's upsetting because I actually pay for a subscription service to a music, like the music you're listening to right now is part of said service, Epidemic Sound, and so I'm paying actually to the copyright gods, and they're still fucking me over, wasting my damn time. It's not like I have an automated system where I can go in and appeal each or mass appeal all of these claims on my content and say, look, I'm a streamer, these are video game streams, what do you want to do? You clearly licensed this music to be part of the video game soundtrack. You knew what you were doing when you did that. That's an assumed risk. Get the fuck out of here. No, but these platforms, they'll give automated tools to the copyright holders all day long. But you know what? These platforms wouldn't be shit without the content creators like us. Nobody tunes into YouTube to hear fucking, maybe, or whatever, one of those old songs. They're here for the game content. That's the value I bring. Okay? So why is the power dynamic twisted in the other direction? I feel like content creators, VTubers, streamers really need a guild to go up against these platforms that have set up the rules not in our favor. They don't give us really good ways to appeal. Everything's fucking automated. They don't have a single human being working there anymore. And if they do, they have a very thick Indian accent. And I'm sick of it. Those were formerly American companies. Now they're fucking Quengos. There should be some public recourse when companies do that. You know, they make their money off of Americans, primarily, be it American consumers, American products being marketed, and yet, who do they hire? A bunch of H-1Bs who can only paint by numbers, so they give them AI tools to tell them what to do. I'm sick of it. I'm sick of it, chat. Anyway, let me turn this down. I should probably take this song out of the starting soon playlist because it has vocals. I don't really want music with vocals in this part of the stream because I usually talk. I yap for a while before we get started, and I yap for a little bit longer while I boot up system here. We're gonna go ahead and pop over to console gaming. Shit. Don't look at this. You didn't see anything. I'm kidding, it's fine. What's the worst thing you could see? Like my local IP address on my local network. Who fucking cares? Windows stat. No. Let's pull out the video game controller. Yeah. My kingdom for a stream deck. You know, I set up keyboard shortcuts for this stuff, and it's not super useful because of the way the input. Each program is like fighting the others because it needs to have focus in order for the hotkeys to work. Okay. Well, we don't need any further background music. Oh yeah, of course there's a Steam update. Sure, why wouldn't there be? Why wouldn't there be? Whatever. Time to yap some more. I've got a little document pulled up. We can talk about merch plans, maybe. Would you like to hear my merch ideas? Let's go to just chatting for a sec. And can I get that untitled window? Can I snag it? Where is it? I didn't save. I didn't save it. Damn it. I have this long-standing issue with my computer setup where I've got two monitors you know, one monitor to the second monitor. I normally reserve for OBS use, VTube Studio, anything I need to run in the background, like uh, music. And my main monitor is where I put the game that I'm playing, whatever the main content is, if it's Reacts, that's a Firefox browser. And if I'm playing a game on a console or if I'm playing a game on Windows through Steam, I've got to do that through a separate computer than my main system. And so I have to change HDMI inputs over to that system. And when I do that, Chad, macOS is not intelligent enough to move all my windows to the second monitor. So when I try to pull up my notes that I took before the stream about the merch, uh, they're on a desktop that I can't see right now. And my Windows 11 is so buggy when it comes to switching inputs that I really don't want to change inputs once I've turned it on, booted it up, because it'll start flickering. The video resolution will hop back and forth between something very low and the normal one, and it gets stuck in this loop, and I basically have to reboot the computer after that. And so I want to avoid that, but I also need to get the damn info. Uh, and I can't there's this show all windows, yeah, untitled text, but it doesn't put on the second monitor. Oh, it's so frustrating. I can see that it's open and I can select it, but I can't move it to the other monitor. And it's just a horrible, horrible feature deficit in Mac OS. It's like, you know, we have had computers capable of multi-monitor displays for goddamn 20 years now, and they haven't fucking figured this shit out. Really? It's really simple shit too. I bet if they had like an American software engineer, maybe a team of 2 Americans, and they put them on this problem, they could get it solved in a month. I bet you. Hmm. But no, especially, the people who made the original nerds have been pushed out of nerd culture, been pushed out of the economy. Um, Due to ESG, DEI, H1B, LMNOP, all that bullshit. Fucking Koch brothers, Agenda 21. Ah, it's it's the planned destruction, managed decline of the West. it doesn't happen through the government. It's happening through private companies. Well, the government too. Obviously, they let in like a bajillion immigrants. But we're working on that. We put a dent in today. Bye-bye, Haiti. See ya. Those earthquakes were what, 15 years ago? I think you're good now. And if not, well, that's your fucking problem. Let's see. Well, Steam is done updating. I guess we can talk about merch later. It's not a huge deal. Let me start the game. And as soon as the flashbang is done, yeah, we'll switch over. There we go. Nope. They snuck one in on us. Can y'all hear the song? I mean the game audio. I can't tell right now. Yeah, okay. Cool. We are so back. So back. Am I doing Anki face? No. I could though. Oh man, I should have done that while I was ranting like fucking Alex Jones. I have Anki face toggle, but like I was saying before, my lack of Stream Deck. I made a ghetto Stream Deck with a second keyboard, but it doesn't quite work the way I want it to because it requires this program to always be on top in order to convert the keyboard input into shortcuts. And also VTube Studio requires focus in order for shortcuts to even register. So like those two programs fight each other. And on my second monitor, I really want OBS to be on top so that I can monitor chat. I don't want a third monitor. I don't need that. What I need is a little less jank in my life. Let's open preview projector. LG, let's go. Chet, I'm so pleased with this game. You know, I've waffled back and forth on it. I thought, man, this game sucks so bad. It's so linear. All the choices I make have no meaning. They don't actually affect anything. I keep losing in the damn cutscene. And what I learned when I got to what I thought was the very end of the game is that the past is prologue. All of this is really just to get you to the point where you want to go back in time and set things right. You have to have the bad ending first. I'm not sure who I need to talk to, but there's usually someone here in the cafeteria. No? Really? Okay, well let's check the map. Who is she talking about? Who's adorable? I forgot what happened in the last stream. I think we missed a week of this game. Yeah. That was my bad. I've been working on my technical backend, trying to glue all of the chats together with a chat bot that is connected to my Discord server that's being developed and produces browser source overlays for OBS. So you can do things like channel point redeems on various platforms to increase your personal reputation. It's like a little currency. I don't know what we're going to use that for yet. But also the Great House point system, which we do have plans for. Basically, you're gonna, once you join the Discord server, there's a little quiz that you take. You get sorted into one of 7 houses. And each house will have their own private chat channels and their own internal rules that you can vote on, house rules and bylaws, and even a house officer position. I think it's warden or no, steward. I believe it's house steward. Anyway, we're gonna have quarterly votes as soon as there's enough people to have a vote. And basically, it's going to be a self-governing system. So, you know, the community will be incentivized to police itself. You get points for things like reporting sussy behavior in the Discord, coming to stream and doing a daily redeem, posting in the fan art on Twitter with my fan art hashtag. The system's gonna automate all this shit, right? And I'm giving that system a face and a voice, and she will be able to interact with us on stream, similar to Miro-sama, who I've just discovered after having thought of this. Yeah, but kind of cool. I think a lot of people are going to go this way because, you know, it takes a special kind of retard to talk to yourself for 6 hours a day. No, I am that retard. We should go and talk to the prisoner, yeah? You should be... in the courtyard. Wait. No. I can't go there? Why can't I go there? I can't go there either. Well, who the hell am I supposed to talk to? Oh, okay. I'll talk to these guys. Tsubasa! Tsubasa? I get it. But what are you doing here, Takimaru? She said she found something cool. Duh. What is it? There was a box of junk inside this garage. I rummaged through it and found this. What's that? It's a voice changer. See that patch thing on the tip of the cable? Stick it to your throat, and you can use it to freely change your voice to anything you like. You can make it go higher, lower, or smooth as butter. Also, if you have a sample voice recording that's long enough, you can make yourself talk with that voice too. Isn't it cool? Sure, but what is it even doing here? Oh, I wouldn't know. Maybe whoever used this Maybe whoever used this place last left it behind. Who would that be? How the heck would I know? What are you doing here, Takumi? Oh, right. I told them why it was there. Investigating Geiku's murder, huh? I think you're looking in the wrong place. We don't have anything new to share. We were all fast asleep in our rooms when he died. We couldn't... Oh man, I love these big American contractions like this. We couldn't have possibly seen or heard anything or anyone suspicious. Another favorite is I'd have. It's something we use all the time, but writing it out, it looks really weird. It looks like an Elder Scrolls character name. I don't know. Any personal guesses? Like, do you know if anyone had a grudge against Geiku? They turned and looked at each other. Takumi? Are you thinking one of us is the killer? No, that's not it. I already told you. The culprit is an outsider who's escaped outside the wall of fire after killing Geiku. Yeah, that's what I think too. I don't want to be suspicious of anyone anymore. I ain't gonna make that mistake again. He's probably referring to the time when he suspected I was the killer. Okay, thanks for sharing your thoughts with me. After saying that, I turned to leave. I've finished talking with everyone. Sadly, I didn't manage to unearth anything new. While nobody in number 1, that's the first school, Last Defense Academy, had an alibi, they didn't have a motive either. Nothing's changed about this. I think we're forgetting someone very important at Last Defense Academy. Someone who we only recently learned about. The one they call the Undying Flames boy. He's the reason I think this is because he's basically a newborn child with very he's very impressionable, you know? And one of the first things that he ever encountered was us killing Ito. And I think that must have fucked him up. Or it might have fucked him up. And changed his timeline from being an ally into an adversary. Because he came out. He was very much opposed to us killing Ito. For the simple fact that he hadn't done anything yet. Even though we literally caught him in the act right before he killed Sire. Like, it's the whole reason we went back to the past was to prevent Ito from sabotaging our progress the entire time. And it seemed like the most logical thing to do was to just take him out. You know? He was an irredeemable son of a bitch. A malcontent who and you know, I really suspected this from the beginning because he was too nice. He seemed fake as fuck to me, and I was right. It turns out that he has always had a mental disorder and hated human beings. Couldn't stand them, couldn't be around them. Everything about people was revolting, disgusting. He saw himself as superior and the only one who could take us all out. That he'd be doing the universe a favor. And so he made himself the big bad. And I don't think that that's something that's redeemable. I don't think if we went the other way, we could have won him over. Of course, I might be wrong about that. Maybe that's what the game is trying to teach us, that, like in Final Fantasy, that no villain is irredeemable, but clearly there are, like Fandaniel, really crazy motherfuckers that just want everything to burn, and you know, they're broken. Okay. It's like, why isn't my mouse moving? I'm talking. Anyway, clearly there are unforgivable sins. There are, in my opinion, irredeemable people. And it could be that the game developers don't think so. And part of the plot line is to try to teach you this. I hope not. But we'll see. But yeah, someone like that. Who must have been abused or something. I don't know. I don't think he was abused. I think he just was a bad egg. And sometimes it's just as simple as that, you know? So we took him out, and we came back in. But before we did, the guy shows up, the Undying Flames boy, in his avatar. He's not really, well, actually, the avatar is made out of the Undying Flames, which is like his class weapon. That's his whole superpower, is that he generates the Undying Flames with his body. And he's a little baby. He is what we are protecting at this academy. He is the bioweapon that's supposed to wipe out all life on the planet so that we can reboot it at least. That's the plan, you know? But like I said, he's actually a little baby. He's not even been born. He's never seen the real world except through this avatar he's created for himself. And his only influences have been us at the school. And so, you know, he got to see everything that we went through. And it made him want to be a good person. But we went back in time and showed him a capacity to kill one of our friends, supposed friend, alleged friends. Really at this point in the story, we're not friends. We were like on day 5, maybe? So these are people we just met. But he was morally opposed to it. And he was very vocal about that. and we had a choice to change our mind and let Ito live. And I said, fuck that. I'm not letting no baby dictate my morality. And so he witnessed us killing our own teammate. And that probably broke something inside of him. Because in this timeline, he hadn't yet killed anyone. Even though he wanted to and was planning to, that wasn't enough for this guy's morality. And then a few days later, we see this message on the wall that wasn't in the first timeline. It says, everybody needs to leave the school or I'll kill you all. And that's your first clue. You know, someone who's piloting an avatar very easily could have made that message. Could have killed Geiku somehow. It's not clear if his avatar is able to interact with the physical world or if it's just a projection. I suppose that's the only thing that gives me pause in accusing him. But I wonder why he's not even a suspect. Like, he didn't even occur to us that he might be the killer. And I've told everyone about my past. So any one of these people could have thought of that. Not just the ones you see here, but also the ones from the other school. There's like 14 people. Any one of them could have been like, well, what about the Undying Flames boy? The one who we thought was our enemy for the longest time. Turned out not to be. Maybe in this timeline he is our enemy. Just not on the side of the invaders. Anyway, that's my thinking about the current situation that we are in. Now, I don't know. I haven't thought about at what point I would decide to return to the past and start over. If things get too far out of hand, we can always go back and to make different choices. So I might do that. But for right now, we're gonna proceed and try to find Geiku's killer. Sirei's killer. Hopefully they're the same person. The 5 new members from number 2. I've realized any one of them could have been the culprit. But chat, we know these people too. Everyone except for the wrestler girl, who we never met for real. We only met her doppelganger. Anyway, they could have taken the school bus to and from 1 and 2 overnight. Yes, that's theoretically possible, but I think it's a much more likely scenario. That is none of the students. They could also enter without triggering the alarm. Yeah, that's true too. But you know who else couldn't do that? The Undying Flames boy, who can appear and disappear at will, who controls the wall of fire itself. All this investigation has done was throw more names onto the suspect list. The murder weapon was still missing and the killer left no trace at the scene of the crime. Well, he wouldn't have left any trace since he's an avatar, basically a ghost. I think if he can interact physically with the I think if he can interact physically with the world, his best chance of doing so would be by possessing the body of Ito. Yeah. That's how I think he did it. Because another thing that happened in this timeline that's different is we got a new room, the morgue. And in this room, we're keeping all of the corpses that are starting to pile up now. Anyone who had died in an unsolved way. That's what the room was created for. And so, Ito, his body is there too. I'm not sure why we haven't buried him actually. In short, there are 0 clues to go on. Okay, so I turned on some lights in my room, and now my mouth is opening and closing more reliably. It's not the best, like, but it is moving. The animation is not great though, I gotta tell you. I think the inputs and outputs need to be tweaked some more. But I digress. How do I even continue the investigation like this? I sighed and collapsed into bed. It's only afternoon, bro. Are we gonna lose a whole day? The day drew to a close and night slowly took over. Yep.
At ease, soldiers. It's time to hit the hay. You never know when the invaders might attack, so rest up while you still can.
Invaders go.
Well then, good night.
Siray's carefree voice faded away into darkness, only to be slowly taken over by a cold silence. It was in that silence that I found myself heading to a certain place. The courtyard. Where Eva was being held. I went closer to her cage and stopped just in front of it. Hell yeah, chat. Time to interrogate the prisoner. Takumi? Is something wrong? You look very tired. Why are you so concerned all of a sudden? I guess she does kind of like me for having spared her life. I'm not. You're just imagining things. Well then, why are you here? When Shoma was bringing food to me, he told me about Geiku. He also shared a lot of other things with me. I'm aware of your current predicament. Well, who's interrogating who then? You mustn't lie to yourself, Takumi.
Huh?
What? The truth is, you think the killer is among the 12 of you, right? No, I don't. Please, you can be honest with me. I won't tell anyone. Wow. I'm the only one you can remove as a suspect because I only arrived here 3 days ago. It's literally impossible for me to have killed Geiku. If I had managed to slip in somehow without triggering the alarm, I wouldn't have stopped at Geiku. In short, I am the only one in this school that you can trust right now. What the Interesting turn of events. This woman is a master manipulator. Holy shit. Maybe it was better when we didn't understand her language. You've come here because deep inside, you know that too. Am I wrong? You may be right. The words spilled out of my mouth before I could stop myself. I couldn't even be sure if I had meant what I said. You and I are the same, Takumi. I don't trust my allies either. Especially not Veshness.
Ah.
Why is that? That battle 3 days ago? She was supposed to send reinforcements for me. But they never came. She was using me as bait.
Ah.
Bait? She nodded and continued talking. Well, looks like we are going to get some info out of her. Okay. She should have seen me being caught from where she was located. Oh, she's mad. But she didn't do anything because that was her plan all along. Wait a minute. I thought Veshness was dead. And that is what everyone seems to believe. But is it really true? I am of the opinion she is still alive somewhere out there. Takumi, here's the straight truth. There's a bomb inside my body. The detonator is on a joint on my left hand pinky finger. Moving it in a particular motion triggers an explosion. Anyone standing within a 25-yard radius at that time will be blown to smithereens. Ugh. Please relax. I don't intend on going through with it. If I did, I would have done it a long time ago. Anyway, Veshness ordered me to do this. If you get caught, blow yourself up in front of everyone in the Special Defense Unit. I was not to humiliate myself by becoming a prisoner of war. But you didn't do that. My orders were to detonate in front of everyone. I was to blow up every single member of the Special Defense Unit. I didn't detonate the bomb when you apprehended me because the other 4 members were on the rooftop. I get it now. That's why you wouldn't offer any intel until I came. But you came alone, which defeated the purpose of the request. You were all supposed to come together. That was Veshness's plan, huh? Yes, to allow you to capture me before detonating, taking out everyone in one fell swoop. That's why she didn't send reinforcements. Eva clenched her jaw and lowered her head, her eyes brimming with tears. Okay, I understand the situation better now, but why are you sharing this top secret plan with me? I wasn't lying when I said I was feeling unwell this afternoon. It was bothering me that much. I had to choose between lying to you and eventually killing everyone here, or telling you the truth and joining your side. The weight of that decision made me feel so ill.
Ah.
But in the end, you decided to side with me. Yes, because I could never betray someone who saved my life. One more thing. Your eyes. When I look into them, I sense something familiar. Oh, chat, she's giving us the look. Something familiar. Solitude. It dwells within you. Those lonely eyes are what draw my heart to you. What drew my heart to you. Her words weighed heavily on me. It felt like something I was trying to desperately keep hidden had been forcefully exposed. Yet, instead of panicking, I felt a strange sense of relief deep inside. I may have unknowingly been putting a barrier between myself and the others because of my suspicions. It truly felt like Eva was the only one I could open up to, because she was the only one I could say with absolute certainty that she didn't kill Keiko. By the way, aren't you gonna ask me about our army?
Huh?
Nah, I'm not in the mood for that right now. I probably wouldn't remember anything anyway. What the fuck? This bro is always fucking passing on opportunities. I shake my damn head. It's like when Hideko was going to tell us everything the night before she died. And we were like, nah, it's okay. Get some rest. We'll see you tomorrow. And shit like that happened all through the first timeline. Anyway. Then may I ask for a favor? Go on. Please, return my mask to me. What? Oh no. We already got one tomato head.
Huh?
Your mask. The mask I was wearing on the battlefield. My people highly value our masks. We consider them as part of us. Without it, I feel exposed. Fine. Your mask, right? Yes. Thank you so much. After leaving Eva, I went back to my room. I had mixed feelings about our conversation. A chaotic mix of slight relief, intense guilt, and great confusion.
Hey!
With a loud cry, I jumped into bed and resigned myself to a sleepless night ahead.
Up and Atom troops, time to rise and shine! Get ready for your 2050 of active service here at Last Defense Academy! Prepare to spend another day enduring the unendurable and suffering the insufferable to pave the way for humanity's future greatness. Be ready to give your lives to protect our beloved school from the vile and barbaric enemy!
Okay. After waking up to the usual morning announcement, I walked out of my room straight into Tsubasa. Morning, Takumi. Heading to breakfast? Yeah, hey, can I ask you something? What is it?
Huh?
Do you know what happened to Eva's mask? Eva's mask? Yeah, that thing she was wearing on the battlefield before she revealed her true face? Oh, that. It's being kept somewhere in the garage. Great, thanks. I'll go grab it later. Immediately after saying that, the door to the stairwell flung open and Kiyoshika came charging over. She quickly ran over to us with a strained look on her face and said,
Huh?
Something disturbing has been discovered in the classroom on the first floor.
Huh?
Something? Disturbing? You must come immediately. Everyone else is already on their way. I followed Tsubasa and Kyoshika to the classroom on the first floor, dashing inside upon arrival. What? No way. Not again. Let's play a killing game. Oh no, this doesn't look good for Darumi. It was a repeat of day 4. Somebody had used red spray paint to write something on the digital blackboard again. The only difference was the content of the text. This time it said, "Let's play a killing game." Who found it first? 'Twas I. Upon discovering this foul scene, I immediately set off to inform everybody of it. What were you doing here in the first place? Ah, yes. Well, I'd wished to retrieve Lady Karara's mask before breakfast.
Huh?
It had been left on the ceiling catwalk since you flung it there yesterday. Kiyoshika, you shall pay for this later. Karara was already wearing her mask. She must have retrieved it before the rest of us came running in. Who would write something like this? Isn't it obvious? It's the same bastard who wrote the last threat. The same one who killed Geiku. Are you sure? The handwriting seems a little different. My dear sister's sharp perception pierces through everything. So someone else wrote this? Who? Wait. Could it be Eva? No, I don't think that's possible. When I delivered breakfast to her just now, her cage was properly locked. Who has the key? I do. It's the only copy in existence. Also, there is a special IC chip embedded inside that makes it impossible to duplicate. We can think about the author later. I'm more curious what this killing game is supposed to refer to. Which part of killing game is so hard to understand? It's a game where you kill or be killed. It still doesn't make sense. Who plays? What are the rules? Where? How? When? Why? Suddenly, Shoma raised his voice. Everybody, look. There's something on the teacher's desk. This looks like a tape recorder? Chad, do you remember cassette tapes? I guess we should listen to it. I pressed play, and an eerie sounding voice came out of the recorder.
The game has officially begun.
Oh. The voice changer that Tsubasa found was used to make this. Okay.
Like the blackboard says, let's all play a killing game together. The name of this game is The Invader Hunt.
The message continued. Anyone willing to participate should gather in the leisure lounge at 7 p.m. All who refuse to join the game will be eliminated. That is all. With those eerie words, the voice stopped. Silence prevailed. We could have heard a pin drop. We were all frowning, although nobody said anything. Not Darumi. She's not frowning. Look at her happy ass. The last note hadn't been a prank. Sirei was destroyed, and Geiku was murdered. This note could have been written by the same person. His last words especially kept echoing loudly in my mind. All who refuse to join the game will be eliminated. By the way, Kako, you mentioned something about the handwriting of this message being different from the last. Maybe the culprit deliberately changed it. We should keep that possibility in mind. Too soon to be jumping to conclusions about two different culprits when the MO's the same. So, Geiku's murderers on the move again? Basically, this could be from the same person who killed Geiku. If so, we might be able to find their true identity by joining the game. But that option came with major risks. The monster who destroyed Sirei and slaughtered Geiku was behind it, after all. Join the game despite the risks. Try to keep everyone as safe as possible. We had up until 7 p.m. to decide what to do, but it didn't seem prudent to delay our decision until the last minute. We had to stay united, all of us. For that to happen, I had to clearly express my opinion on the matter first, as team leader. But what was our best option? Should we join the game or ignore it completely. I thought long and hard about what to say, and then I made my decision. Well, chat, it's time to make another plot choice. What will we do? Do we play the killer's game? Is it a bluff? I don't know. Drop a comment. Let me know what you would do in this situation. No spoilers. The thing about a killing game is it requires abduction. And no one's abducted yet. We're not in an inescapable trap. But if we go, then it's likely that we will be. We'll be forced into some situation. So, I say no. We're not doing that. We're not gonna kill our own people.
Guys, here's what I think. I'm not going to join this invader hunt thing.
Right. Of course not. A rational decision. I hope you can all follow my lead in this. I know I will. There's nothing to be afraid of if we all reject it together. Hey, don't speak for everyone just yet. What? You mean you're joining? Of course. I'll never get a chance to live out my fantasies like this again. Besides, the name Invader Hunt makes the game sound like it's going to be an absolute blast. I'm with Takumi on this one. You'll find me playing that game over my dead body. This Invader Hunt is just the culprit trying to trick us into believing it'll be fun. But it's clearly stated on the blackboard that this is a killing game. The recording said as much too. I'll follow Takumi's lead as well. It's against my artistic principles to kill for entertainment. This message don't make sense anyway. The sponsors said those not in the game will be eliminated, but We'd still get eliminated sooner or later if we did join. Don't be stupid. Nobody has to die if we win, right? Right? Darumi, are you listening to yourself? Huh? You're taking this I love killing game as persona a little too far, aren't you? I am not. I'm just saying what I really think. Darumi's pigtails swayed as she vigorously shook her head in denial. But there was definitely some uncertainty in her eyes. What about you, Hideko? You haven't said anything yet. Either choice is fine with me. What do you mean? I'm not interested in this game at all. I am, however, interested in finding out the sponsor's identity. They'll make their move eventually, whether we join this silly game or not. And that's when we'll swoop in and bring that sicko down, right? That's more or less what I was thinking. Then we have an answer. Yes, we're not going to join the invader hunt. Darumi, you don't mind, do you? I do mind, but it's not like I can play a killing game by myself. Fine. Fine, I'll go with the majority. After that, we decided to stay together until the stipulated time. We didn't know what might happen, and there was always the possibility the sponsor was actually one of us. Staying together meant we could prevent the sponsor from trying anything. I didn't tell anyone about that second reason, though. They all seemed convinced the sponsor was an outsider who had infiltrated the school. Well, they were acting like they thought that anyway. The sky turned dark as we whiled our time away. Wild. And I haven't seen that word used that way, except in books. Nobody talks like that. Finally, it was 7 p.m., and the time mentioned on the voice recorder. That was when I threw the door to the leisure lounge open. Not because I wanted to join the game, of course. I was there to declare, as team leader, that none of us would be joining. Everyone else stood outside, just in case. Turning around, I could see the others trying to peer in through the door, which was slightly ajar. There was nobody inside the room, not even a faint presence. After looking around, I lifted my head to the ceiling and shouted, "Hey, are you there? Can you see me? I'm here to tell you, none of us will be joining your stupid invader hunt." No response at all? Have it your way. That's all I wanted to say. Have a bad night. After that cold farewell, I turned around and stepped out of the leisure lounge. Oh boy, you really said it. After the sponsors said they'd kill all of us if we refused to play the game. Don't say I didn't warn you. Will we be okay? Geiku got killed the last time we did this. But that killer fled and went outside the wall of fire, right? Most likely, yeah. That's why the sponsor of this game probably isn't one of us. Keiko even said this morning that the handwriting was different this time. I can't be completely sure because they used spray paint. If the sponsor wasn't the one who killed Geiku, there's also the possibility this entire thing was just a prank. So we need not be unnecessarily shaken. That's if the sponsor wasn't the killer. The truth of the matter remains to be seen. Everybody felt momentarily silent after that. Question. What's the plan for tonight? Plan? Our sleeping arrangements? Where should we all spend the night? I'm definitely sleeping in my dear sister's room. I'll stay with Takimara. No way. What? You don't trust Takumi. Even after he saved my life. You and me are through, man. But... The Tsukumo twins aside, why don't we sleep in our own rooms like normal? Just lock the door, and you'll be fine. I agree. There are 13 people here. Making everyone sleep in pairs would leave one person out. Alright. Why not put that person with one of the other pairs? We should avoid having 3 people in one room. It's too risky. Risky? Why? Ugh, not again. Our team's already discussed this to death. And now I have to repeat myself. Despite her complaint, Hiruko carefully explained to those from the other academy why we decided having 3 people in a room together was a bad idea. That does make sense. We should all go back to our own rooms then. No! You've just triggered the mother of all death flags. And you don't even know it. Well, anything to spice up things around here. That decided, we all returned to our own rooms to sleep after dinner. Ima insisted on sleeping in Kako's room, but nobody protested on that point.
Up and Atom troops, time to rise and shine!
Time to find out who's still alive.
Get ready for your 26th day of active service here at Last Defense Academy. Prepare to spend another day enduring the unendurable and suffering the insufferable to pave the way for humanity's future greatness. Be ready to give your lives to protect our beloved school from the vile and barbaric enemy.
In the morning, I headed to the cafeteria for breakfast, only to find that everyone else was already there. One, 3, 9, oh my. How is it that I count 14 souls? Because you're terrible at math. There are only 13 people here. You see, nothing bad happened. So, it was just a prank after all? But by who? And for what purpose? If you're asking me, I think the most likely suspect is... We all turn to look at Darumi. Wait a minute. You're accusing me of being the game's sponsor? I don't think so. Darumi doesn't have the guts to pull off something like that. You underestimate me. I may not have guts, but I've still got my brain meats. They're small and overpowered, but they're all there, all the same. Oh, for the love of murder. Hey, can't we just be happy that nothing happened? Please excuse me for exposing you to my foul-smelling dumpster breath, but why don't we all have breakfast together? After breakfast, we all headed off to do our own things, relieved that nothing bad had happened after all. Is that true, chat? What about Eva? No one has checked on her, have they? Did Shoma bring her breakfast? As for me, I went back to my room. Almost immediately, a visitor came knocking. I opened the door to find Tsubasa standing outside.
Huh?
Did something happen? You asked me about Eva's mask yesterday, remember? I brought it here for you. Oh, thanks. Sorry for the trouble. I took the mask from her. What are you gonna do with that? I was thinking of returning it to Eva. What? You trust her now?
Huh?
Not really. It's just... Oh, I know. You fell in love with her. What? Of course not. Tsubasa narrowed her eyes at me, and I felt my palms get sweaty. Never mind. It's none of my business. Everyone's free to love whoever they want. I told you that's not it. But since we're talking about the mask, I looked it over out of curiosity and found something pretty interesting. That mask isn't an ordinary accessory. It actually comes installed with a bunch of high-tech features. Infrared night vision, zoom functions, organic life detection. There's even a miniature air tank inside that allows it to turn into a gas mask. Using that air tank, the wearer can survive completely shut off from the outside world for as long as 30 minutes. That's amazing. It almost sounds like it'd be a waste to give it back to Eva. You wouldn't be able to use it, Takumi. It's custom made to fit a specific shape. Eva's the only one who can wear it. Guess I might as well give it back after all. Even with the best technology in the world, she can't possibly harm any of us from inside that cage, right? Tsubasa thought about it for a while before nodding in agreement. By the way, when's she gonna give us more information about the enemy? She did promise to be useful if we spare her life. I actually think it'd be best if we could get her to join us as an ally. An ally? Yeah, so that she can fight in defensive battles along with us. We'd need some kind of safety measure before allowing her to cut loose, of course. Like a collar with a bomb, maybe. That should put everyone at ease, right? If she tries to run or do anything funny, all we have to do is to stop her is press a button to activate the bomb. A bulb lit up in my mind as Tsubasa was speaking. Tsubasa,
Ah.
let's say there was already a self-destruction device in Eva's body. Would it be possible for someone else to activate it? It depends on how the bomb was built. If the detonation mechanism was designed to be triggered remotely, then maybe. In that case, your plan might actually work. The detonator is on a joint in my left pinky finger. Moving it in a particular motion triggers an explosion. Wait, you are being serious? You weren't just speaking hypothetically? Do you think that's something you can do? You want me to create a detonation device for the bomb inside her? Yes. Once it's done, we'll have the perfect safety measure. And then we can allow Eva to join us, huh? Alright. I'll give it a shot. Awesome. I'm counting on you. After Tsubasa left, I went to look for Hiroko to get the key from her. The key that would open Eva's cage. I walked into the courtyard, her mask in hand. Takumi. Here you go, as promised. That's my mask. It sure is. I opened the cage using the key Hiroko gave me. After handing Eva's mask to her, I closed the door and locked it again. Thank you, Takumi. I don't know what to say. No need, just keeping my promise. Well, I'll be seeing you. I turned around, giving a casual wave as I walked away. You could have asked her for some intel, bro. You're perfectly awake now, aren't you? More plot holes. I'm back in my room, but now what? There's nothing for me to do here. I may as well go take a walk around school. Oh my goodness. Extinguisher levels increased. Oh, wow. Bonding events have been unlocked. Bonding events are special events that occur when you raise your bond rank with a character. Oh yeah? So now giving gifts does more than simply giving you better grades. From now on, when you give characters a gift, you'll increase their affinity towards you. After reaching a certain affinity, your bond rank will increase. You can greatly boost your affinity by giving preferred items you've discovered through the various student activities. Take the initiative to strengthen your bond with your comrades. Well then, it's clear what it wants us to do, right? But we have a good amount of BP that we should at least consider spending. Before leveling up class weapons, let's go to the alchemy shop. Biolab. Level up our best potions. Agility and attack potions. Ooh. Ooh. Maybe not. Maybe not. It's going to take a lot of materials. Nozomi, what are you doing here? We have to make sure we're fully prepared for the next defensive battle. We're the only ones who could protect everyone in the Tokyo residential complex. That's right. Eva's locked inside. What should we do with her? Thank you for giving me back my mask. I cannot thank you enough. She hasn't put it on yet. That's interesting. Hey, look, a chicken. Ah, 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 ah. I'm curious, what's inside this screen? Would Tsubasa be able to dismantle it? Don't you know people are suspicious of you? If you keep this up, you're gonna be the next one to be killed for sure, Takumi. Better start looking for a scapegoat before it's too late. Yo. Stop being weird, Darumi. What you doing? If you have time to gallivant around school like this, you have time to train. The weak are the first to die on the battlefield. Okay. Do not address me so casually. Think of the damage your vulgar saliva would do to my delicate skin. Okay, but you're wearing a mask. I'm gonna pass on show. Alright. Now, what machine should I build today? Alright. Time to go to the rec room. And let's look at the report cards. I don't think we've given anyone a gift yet in this timeline, because we haven't even had free time. Takumi's got 5 commander absorbs. Wow. We still don't know what Nozomi likes. That's crazy. How about we look at either leveling up gym specifically endurance or linguistics, literacy. Endurance. So, Shoma. Protein powder, dumbbell. Kyoshika. Shoma's the only way to boost literacy, isn't he? Yeah, he is. Hang on, who's the other one? Takimaru or Moko. Moko, if we leveled her, then we could boost our gym to level 3 and then spend some points on them. Or she likes exercise tools, huh? Folding chair. Seems kind of silly, doesn't it? But it mentions pro wrestling specifically. Why don't we give it a try? Wait. I think she always said, she said she would always take protein. Man. She probably likes this too. Flashy finishers. Exercise tools. Okay, so we can filter this. Tools. Exercise. Yeah. And now this is a flashy finisher, probably. Let's give it to Moko.
This is fabulous! Hits me right in the feels! Oh, it's like I'm seeing the best plot twist ever!
Alright. Endurance up by 20. Affinity up by 5. Gym level up. Good deal. Good deal. Hmm. What could Takimaru be doing here? Sup, man? Come train with me. You got some time. Alright, she already said that. Thank you for giving me back my mask. I cannot thank you enough. Mm-hmm. Let's go to the training room. Check out class weapons for Moko. Learn Moko Shooter. Double stun. Moko Mania. Adds reflect. Huh. I don't see why not. Sure. The armor would be useful. +1 move. Okay. (2x) the voltage. Sure. And then what? +1 attack? Okay. Voltage, yeah. Hmm. What? Shouldn't Ito be grayed out? How about a support tower? Okay. We could probably get Moko that protein powder, actually. Hi.
Aha!
I'm raring to go today. Time to train. I've got just a thing for you. Oh yeah, dumbbell. Okay.
Aw, how lovely. I'm touched by your sincerity.
Endurance up by 8, affinity up by 4. So that's not the best gift for her.
At ease, soldiers. It's time to hit the hay. You never know when the invaders might attack, so rest up while you still can. Well then, good night.
Good night, Sire. I went to bed after an uneventful day. No. It only seemed uneventful. Something may have been brewing behind the scenes without me noticing. But since I had no way of ascertaining that, I decided to simply go to bed and embrace sleep for the night.
Up and Atom troops, time to rise and shine! Get ready for your 27th day of active service here at Last Defense Academy!
Be ready.
Prepare to spend another day enduring the unendurable and suffering the insufferable to pave the way for humanity's future greatness. Be ready to give your lives to protect our beloved school from the vile and barbaric enemy!
I woke up as the morning announcement played. It had barely finished when a piercing scream resounded in my ears.
Ah!
Shoma? I jumped out of bed and dashed out of my room. Hideko, Tsubasa, and Takimaru were out on the roof already. Was that Shoma just now? Yeah, I came running out when I heard it. I was already here when she came out. The scream came from the back of the building. Are you sure? Trust me, I got a dog's hearing. Okay, let's go. We made our way down the stairs as quickly as we could and headed for the back of the school. It didn't take long for us to reach our destination, where we saw. Rip Shoma.
Shoma!
I rushed over to check his pulse and breathing.
Nothing. He's dead.
No way!
By this time, the other team members had come running as well. It was Nozomi, Moko, Kyoshika, Yugumu, and Kurara. They gasped, and their eyes went wide when they saw Shoma's body. Yeah.
Shoma!
Impossible.
What is this? Is he breathing?
No, unfortunately.
Get your act together. It's too early to give up. We just heard him screaming. He can't have been dead longer than 10 minutes.
Right. We can use the Revive-O-Matic to bring him back.
Let's get him to the infirmary!
Yes, but just one moment.
The hell?
Sir Ima, Lady Kako, and Lady Darumi have not shown up yet.
Hey, you're right.
Maybe they woke up early and went to the cafeteria first?
Even so, they should have heard the scream. Weird that they didn't come running like the rest of us.
This isn't the time to discuss that. Get Shoma to the infirmary now.
Yeah, I'll carry him there on my back. I don't know how to work the Revive-O-Matic, though.
I'll come with you. The rest of you can go look for Ima, Kako, and Darumi.
Got it.
Takemaru put Shoma on his back and immediately ran off to the infirmary with Tsubasa. The rest of us then split up to look for Ima, Kako, and Darumi. Since the person who attacked Shoma could still be lurking nearby, we split into teams for safety. I partnered up with Hideko. We decided to start with the cafeteria. We made our way there as soon as we could, but there was nobody else inside. Ima, Kako, Darumi, anybody there? No response. Looks like they're not here. Yes, let's try somewhere else. Turning around, we dashed down the hallway toward the gym. But when we got there... Hey, I can't open the door. Is it locked? I peered through the small opening in the slightly ajar door. There's a latch. Someone latched the door from inside. Hideko and I looked at each other nervously, neither daring to breathe. We're going to have to break the door down. You're right. On 3. 1, 2, 3. One more time. 1, 2, 3. The door refused to budge, even after we threw ourselves against it numerous times. Soon the noise we were making started attracting the others to the gym as well. We need some help here, guys. What we were trying to do was obvious enough that we didn't have to explain. Everyone nodded, took a couple steps back, and prepared to charge the door. Ready? Go! The latch broke apart with a cracking sound and we all tumbled into the gym together. And lying on the floor in front of us... No!
Kako!
Not Kako.
This is...
Unbelievable.
I ran to Kako and put a finger on her neck. There was no pulse. She was deathly cold. Hideko came from behind me and started examining Kako's body. Once she had finished, she turned to look at the others and silently shook her head.
But it's okay. She couldn't have been dead for too long, like Shoma. Then we should take her to the infirmary now.
Yeah.
Nozomi ran over to Kako and lifted her up. As she did, something fell out from Kako's right hand. What's this? A medicine bottle. By the time I noticed it, Nozomi had already run out of the gym, carrying Kako's body. As the rest of us started to leave, Hideko suddenly spoke up. Wait, Yugamu, you go with Nozomi. Moko, Kyoshika, Karara, continue looking for Ima and Darumi. And Takumi, you stay here. What? Why? Just do as I say for now. I'll explain later. Alright. Let us be off at once. The others nodded to each other and ran for the hallway, leaving only Hideko and myself at the scene of the crime. Why only me? There's only one exit here, and it was latched shut. I turned to look at the exit. Lying on the floor nearby was a mop that had been broken into 3 pieces. The mop handle had been used as a makeshift latch. It would be impossible for someone to latch the door like that from outside, which means this incident happened in a locked room. Assuming this is true, there are 2 possibilities I can think of. Can you guess what they are? 1 is the killer is still in the room with us. Or 2, the killer is able to phase through solid objects. I answered hesitatingly. The first possibility is that, as much as I hate to say it, Kako killed herself, right? No, that's not... no.
Oh.
Yes, look at the bottle that dropped from her hand. What does the label say? TTX.
Huh.
It's an abbreviation for tetrodotoxin.
Huh.
It's extremely poisonous. Swallowing just 1 or 2 milligrams is fatal. Are you saying Kako drank this? I don't know, but we'll have time to think about that later. The other possibility is the more pressing one. Because if Kako didn't take the poison herself, it didn't take me long to make the connection. The killer is still hiding somewhere in the gym. Yes, if there is a killer, that is. That's why I told you to stay behind. Alright, let's look around. Hideko and I searched the gym as cautiously as we could. Despite leaving no stone unturned, we didn't find anyone hiding anywhere. This makes it clear that Kako took her own life. Does it though? Shoma was found sliced up at the back of the building around the same time. Don't you find it strange that somebody killed him while Kako killed herself? No. There's nothing strange about that if Kako had been the one to kill Shoma. After stabbing him to death, she ran into the gym, blocked the door with a mop handle, and ingested the poison to kill herself. Takumi, don't be a retard. Why would you assume that about Kako? I decided to state my opinion objectively, even though I really didn't want to say those words out loud. Maybe, but that wouldn't make sense if Kako died before Shoma. Right, her body was cold. Remember how Kako felt when you touched her body? Yes, she'd already gone completely cold. I noticed it too. It's probably been several hours since she died. Right. So Kako killed herself sometime last night, and then somebody killed Shoma sometime this morning? Or Kako was also murdered. That's a possibility as well. How is that possible when the door was latched from the inside? Wait, there's something more important here. If Kako had already been dead for a few hours, yes, I'm afraid it's already too late for her. Oh no. Tsubasa, Nozomi, and Yugamu were in the infirmary when Hideko and I arrived. They were standing around with grave looks on their faces. How are Shoma and Kako? Well, we managed to successfully revive Shoma. That's great. Yes, what a relief. But he's still unconscious. His physical body has been restored to full health, but it seems he hasn't recovered mentally from the attack yet. Where is he? Sleeping in his room. Takimaru's taking care of him. And what about Kako? We did put her body in the Revivomatic, but alas. Hideko and I went behind the Revivomatic to look at the monitor. What was written on the screen made our hearts sink. Cause of death: respiratory paralysis-induced asphyxiation. Estimated time of death, day 27, between 1 and 4 a.m. Traces of TTX poison detected in the body. Oral intake of TTX presumed to have led to respiratory paralysis-induced asphyxiation. No external injuries found on body. Too much time has passed since death. Impossible to revive. The silence of the room was broken by the door being thrown open and 3 people running in. Darumi, you're safe. Where were you all this time? In the rec room, playing slots. You were doing what? You can't blame me. I overslept this morning and didn't see anyone in the cafeteria. I just assumed everybody was off doing their own thing. Kyoshika and I found her in the rec room and dragged her here. We've already told her about Shoma and Kako. Still, we didn't know if they'd been successfully revived. So here we are. Did it go well? Just then, 2 other people barged into the room noisily. Miss Osuzuki told me what happened. I fell asleep in my dear sister's room last night, but when I woke up, she was nowhere to be found. I've been looking around her ever since. I saw him running around the hallways like a headless chicken and brought him here. Where is my dear sister? What has happened to her? I explained the situation to everyone who had just arrived. The news that Kako could no longer be revived hit everyone like a ton of bricks. Tears started welling up in Moko's and Kyoshika's eyes, while Kurara was sniffling away under her mask. Darumi alone shed no tears. She had a vacant look on her face as she stared absently into space. And as for Ima?
No! No! No!
He failed to protect his sister. How do you think he's going to feel?
Dear sister! My dear sister!
Now the shoe's on the other foot.
No!
He certainly didn't kill her. With an anguished cry, the distraught Ima lost control of all reason and started lashing out. We managed to wrestle him to the ground and pin his limbs down, even as he struggled violently.
Wait here while I go grab the gamma field.
What's that?
A powerful anesthetic. We have some in the biolab.
Yukumu dashed off as quickly as he could. He came back a while later with the gamma field, which he then injected into Ima. The drug caused Ima to weaken and slump over. Yugumu observed him closely.
All is fine now. He's unlikely to wake up before tomorrow morning.
We moved the unconscious Ima to his room and assigned Moko to watch over him. After that, we took Kako's body to the morgue. There were now 3 bodies lying on tables in the morgue. Kako's body was the smallest. I kept staring at her. When I closed my eyes, I could still see her innocent smile. I couldn't believe the girl I had thought of like my own little sister was now gone. An indescribable ache spread through my chest at that thought. Unable to stand the pain, I forced myself to look away. After that, we went to the courtyard to check the cages. Eva was still inside hers, the door securely locked. Hidoko and I went on to tell the others what we'd learned from investigating the gym. The improvised latch, the bottle of poison, and how there had been no one else inside. While we were talking, the sun had set, and the darkness of night was slowly taking over. It was already evening. Since nobody was in the mood for a meal, we gathered in the leisure lounge instead of the cafeteria. Sir Takimaru, were you not supposed to be attending to Sir Shoma? Yugumu took over. Shoma's still out cold, but he's physically fine now. I just don't understand why Kako would kill herself. As I've already explained, we don't know for sure that it was suicide. We haven't found a suicide note, not in the gym, on her clothes, or in her room yet. But the gym door was latched shut from the inside. And you didn't find anyone else in there, correct? Yes, but I find it hard to accept Kako had killed herself when Shoma was clearly killed by someone else. Why would she even do such a thing? I won't be fully convinced until a clear reason surfaces. I think she was murdered too. Why, that sponsor was trying to get us to join the invader hunt. They did warn us this would happen. We all heard what the recording said, remember? All who refuse to join the game will be eliminated. All who refuse. That means the rest of us are targets too. You telling us that sponsor wants to kill us all? The first threatening message said something about everyone dying too. It sure did. The first and second threats. We assumed they were written by different people because of the handwriting. But I'm starting to think it was the same person after all. We went against the first note. We ignored their demand to leave the academy and chose to stay behind instead. That gave the culprit an idea. I'll hold a killing game and force those guys to murder each other. But when we went against the second request as well, they decided they were going to have to do it themselves. And by it, you mean killing us. Yep, it all makes sense when you think of it this way, doesn't it? That would mean the perpetrator has already murdered 4 people. 4. Sir Takumi, Lady Kako, Sire, and Sir Shoma. Though Sir Shoma was lucky enough to escape the jaws of death. So we're up against a ruthless serial killer here. We can't just let someone butcher our friends and get away scot-free. But how do we find them? Haven't I mentioned this before? The killer may well be one of us. Everyone tensed up at Hiroko's words and started exchanging suspicious glances. Not everyone is a suspect, though. It would have been impossible for Takumi, Tsubasa, Takimaru, or me to have done this. How can you be so sure? Oh, that's right. The 4 of us met each other on the rooftop this morning, immediately after hearing Shoma scream. He was stabbed at the back of the building, even if we could teleport. There's no way we could have appeared on the rooftop right after slicing him up that badly. He wasn't thrown down from the rooftop after being stabbed either. His body hadn't taken any fall damage. Just a moment. What if all 4 of you were working together? Yes, it would definitely seem possible from your point of view. That would also mean 1 in 3 of our team are killers. I don't think the SDU would be worth much then. That line of reasoning isn't strong enough to prove your innocence. Anyway, what were the rest of you doing at that time? I remember those who came after us were Nozomi, Kyoshika, and Kurara. Moko and Yugamu too, though they aren't here right now. Where did you guys come from? I ran from the entrance hall. I simply found myself in a group as I was heading to the back of the building. How did you know to go there? Well, I heard Shoma's scream, but I chose to wait in my room before making a move. Then I overheard you guys talking outside. You said something about the scream coming from the back of the building, remember? So I followed you to the scene of the crime. Nozomi and Darumi said the same thing, but I couldn't tell if they were telling the truth. Whatever the case, there was no denying the perpetrator could have joined up with the group halfway through without anyone realizing. It's obviously not Nozomi. Your suspicions are misplaced, even when there is a much likelier suspect to cast aspersions on. Yes, someone who didn't even show up to the crime scene. Huh? Wait, you mean me? You were totally trying to get us all to join that stupid killing game. So when we refused to cave after the second threat, you decided to. It wasn't me. I had nothing to do with that threat. I overslept, that's all. We all shot Darumi deeply suspicious looks. Her dismay and bewilderment were palpable. Beads of sweat rolled down her face, making her makeup run. Hey, can I say something? I think it's counterproductive for us to be doubting each other like this. How are we going to handle future battles if we can't even stay united? Let's calm down and think about things rationally. Under normal circumstances, the possibility of the killer being an outsider is a lot higher than the alternative. But would an outsider be able to slip in without triggering the alarm? Well, that's... Maybe it was Eva?
Huh?
Impossible. We checked the cage just now, remember? She was still inside and the gate was properly locked. Not only that, I have the key right here. This is the only key and it can't be duplicated, as Hiruko said. Also, I locked my door last night, so nobody could have stolen the key from me while I was asleep. What if you were working with her? I can debunk that theory. Takumi has been with me since morning. Even if he had let Eva out of her cage last night to stab Shoma, he couldn't have locked it back up this morning without my knowledge. You need the key to lock the cage just as much as you need it to unlock it. That means it's one of us. No, it can't be. There has to be a way for someone to come in without triggering the alarm. There's always the possibility that nobody's slipped in at all. What are you saying? I'm saying the killer could have already been hiding in the academy before the first team was dispatched here. That's true. If they were here already, they wouldn't have triggered the alarm. Okay, we're starting to get warm. So that person's still hiding somewhere in this school right now? All of a sudden, Tsubasa raised her voice. I know. I can make an organic life detection device. Organic life? Detection device? Put simply, it's a machine that detects the number of large living organisms on school grounds. It won't be advanced enough to pinpoint their exact locations, but having a precise number should tell us if there's really an outsider hiding here. You can make something like that? I found a similar function while investigating Eva's mask 2 days ago. I took the opportunity to study it thoroughly. So yes, I can make something like that in 7 days, maybe? 7 days. Until then, let's stop being suspicious of each other like Nozomi suggested. We'll assume that the killer is an outsider until proven wrong. What do you guys say? Everyone nodded in agreement. The moment I saw that, the world around me started to spin. What is this? That was the last thought on my mind before it shut down completely. Okay. Okay. Plot twist. We're gonna skip ahead 7 days.
Up and Atom troops, time to rise and shine! Get ready for your 39th day of active service here at Last Defense Academy. Prepare to spend another day enduring the unendurable and suffering the insufferable to pave the way for humanity's future greatness. Be ready to give your lives to protect our beloved school from the vile and barbaric enemy.
I woke up to the now all too familiar sight of Nozomi sitting right in front of me. It was deja vu time. She noticed right away that I was awake and leapt to her feet with an ear-piercing scream. She scuttled frantically around the room a few times more, in the last before finally coming to a stop. And then she just stood there in a daze. I watched the entire scene play out before sitting up. What day is it today? Day 39.
Huh?
I fainted on the night of day 27, so I've been out for 11 days? Yes. We're almost out of emergency feeding drips.
Ah.
Why did I lose consciousness? I didn't get stabbed on day 27, and my old wound didn't reopen. Nozomi regarded me with a somber look on her face as I mumbled to myself. Then she gave me the diagnosis. We think you have the fainting disease.
Huh?
Fainting disease? Also known as psychogenic syncope. Ugh. A disease that causes you to suddenly lose consciousness after being exposed to strong psychological shock or stress. Like your mind just blows out. I have a disease like that? Yes, after what happened to Shoma and Kako on day 27, your mind suffered a heavy blow. And even though you made it to nighttime okay, the moment you felt like you could relax, your mind completely shut down. Just like that. How could you tell I had this disease? This is the third time you've fainted out of the blue, right? And it always takes you a long time to regain consciousness. This didn't seem like normal behavior, so we decided to scan your brain. Using the Revivomatics diagnosis function.
Ah.
I don't remember contracting any disease like that. This is what the machine's analysis said. Traces of treatment found on damaged parts of the brain. Fainting disease likely developed as after effect. Treatment on damaged parts of my brain? I don't know what exactly happened. At any rate, the damage isn't life-threatening and doesn't affect your cognitive functions or your judgment. So that part's nothing to worry about, at least.
Uh,
Easy for you to say.
huh?
This means I could faint again if something stressful happens, right? Yes, but I'm sure it'll be alright. As long as we make sure nothing too stressful happens again.
Huh?
So, has anything changed? Changed?
Huh.
Like, have you guys learned anything about the killer while I was out? No, we haven't made any progress in that area. The unknown killer remains at large, and we don't have a single clue to follow. Nobody's been attacked since then, so we're still alive, at least. What about Shoma and Ima? Shoma's regained consciousness already, but he said he doesn't know who stabbed him. You can ask him about it for yourself later. And Ima? He's barricaded himself in his room and hasn't said much to us. Just a word or two when we deliver food to him. Needless to say, he didn't fight in the defensive battle that happened on day 33. Ima, Shoma, and Darumi sat out the battle as usual.
Oh.
Are those three still suspicious of me? Yes, they seem to think you're the most likely suspect. But even if you're the one, it had to be someone. Even if you weren't the one, it had to be someone from the SDU. That's what those three believe. Nozomi and I headed to the cafeteria together, where everyone except Ima, Shoma, and Darumi were gathered. When they saw me, they said things like, "You're awake," or "Thank goodness." Everyone was quietly rejoicing about seeing me on my feet again. Their reactions were a lot more subdued than before. I could hardly blame them. This was the third time I'd woken up after losing consciousness for several days. At least, that's what I thought. It turned out they had another reason to be despondent. The dark, gloomy aura that hung over the group indicated there was something more at play here. I finished breakfast and returned to my room soon after Tsubasa came knocking. You saw how dejected everyone seemed just now, right? Want to know why? Sure. She pulled out something from behind her back. What's this? The organic life detection device. Oh, right. You finished it. 5 days ago, yeah. But now I wish I hadn't.
Huh?
Why not? Because this is the reason everyone's jumping at shadows. She turned the device on as she spoke. 13. Yep. The total number of life forms in this academy. That's all of us, including Eva. Which means there are no outsiders in this school, and the culprit really is one of us. Yeah, that's what everyone believes now. Except for me and Nozomi, that is. You two still think it was an outsider that did it? I don't know, but the killer could have fled outside after stabbing Shoma, right? The possibility of that happening seemed low to me, but I forced myself not to voice those doubts. Anyway, that's why everyone's so down. Basically, it's because they're all suspicious of one another. This isn't going to end well. Without trust, we won't be able to put up a united front during the next defensive battle. Can't you do something, Takumi? I'll do what I can to help as well. Just tell me what you need. Oh, I just remembered. I finished that other thing you asked me to make a while ago, too. What thing? You know, the remote detonator that'll trigger the bomb in Eva's body. I managed to complete it after investigating her body, with her consent, of course. Tsubasa rummaged through her pocket and took out something that looked like a remote control. I took it and gripped it tightly in my hand. Thanks. This puts me at ease. I'll probably add Eva to the team, starting from the next battle. Yeah, that should help out our combat power. The problem is getting the others to trust her. Oh well, I've done my part. The rest is up to you. With that, she left the room. Up to me, huh? How should I do this? What was it Tsubasa said before? The killer could have fled outside after stabbing Shoma. To be honest, I didn't think they did. I had no concrete proof, but everything that happened so far felt like part of a larger scheme that someone was orchestrating. At the very least, I was convinced the culprit wasn't going to stop at Shoma's stabbing. In that case, excluding myself, the killer must be one of the other 12 students at this academy. No, wait. Shoma was a victim. If Hideko, Tsubasa, Takimaru, and Eva were also innocent, that leaves just 7 suspects. Terumi, Nozomi, Kyoshika, Yugumu, Moko, Ima, and Karara. There's no way it was Nozomi or Ima. No way Ima would have killed his sister. And no way Nozomi would have killed anyone when she came here voluntarily. Why is my tracking all fucked up? That's better. I'd never willingly choose to treat any of my friends as suspects, but as it turns out, I don't have a choice right now. I won't gain everyone's trust until I identify the real culprit. And if I don't have their trust, the SDU would fall apart, and everyone would be annihilated by the invaders. The only way to prevent that from happening is to reveal the identity of the killer. Fucking finally. You must solve this future case yourself, Takumi. That was what the boy with the undying flames said. He must have known something like this would happen. At any rate, this was the only way of resolving all this that I could think of. I have to find the culprit, no matter what. I clenched my fist and resolved to devote myself to the investigation. And with that, I'm going to take a little break. I'm going to grab a snack, use the restroom, and be back in, I say 5 minutes. Let me check. Okay, good. I still have a Firefox window. And I can set this timer. Let me hit save and okay. It's currently set to 9 minutes. Let's put 6 on and save. All right. 6 minutes on the clock. We saved. Now we're going to go to break. And I'll see you real soon.
dollar banknotes.
Dang. Time really flies, huh? Well, I'm back. Kind of. I didn't find anything to snack on. But I did eat the restaurant. Give me another minute to rummage. Alright. I'm back. I was able to secure a snack. Nothing huge, but it'll hold me over and allow me to carry on streaming, gaming for another hour or so until I can have a proper meal. I think I plan to stream until 5:30. That's not quite 2 hours from now. Okay. Let's get back to it. We are on day 39. This disease is really convenient, isn't it? It gives them a hook to fast forward to the boring parts of the story. And sometimes even whole battles just take place without us. And we get to just do the plot points. But that also means we don't get EXP. That kind of sucks. And I don't get free time. Not very much anyway. So, it is what it is. At least we have a chance to go back and make different choices, you know? Right now, I feel so bad for Ima. You know? In the last timeline, he lost his body, maybe even his life. And in this timeline, he lost his sister. And all he wants in the world is for them to be together. And that's just doesn't seem fated, does it, Chato? But I do not believe in fate. Not in that way. Or rather, I like to think that I am able to influence it with my choices. So, let's continue. Well, I would probably want to go see Nozomi first.
Huh?
Oh, you're still in the cafe. Don't talk talk to us now.
Huh.
We are in the midst of a very serious discussion. Nozomi just refuses to reason. What's the discussion about? I still don't believe the culprit is one of us. I'm trying to tell everyone to stop being so suspicious of each other. You saw that device's total for the number of life forms in the school. Yes, but that doesn't prove the crimes were inside jobs. The culprit must have fled outside the wall of fire after stabbing Shoma. And we're trying to tell you that is not possible. Yeah, this doesn't seem like a killer who'd stop at 1 or 2 victims. That's not the only possibility, is it? The device is only configured to register large life forms, not small ones. What if the killer is a small life form? And that's how it's able to avoid detection. They clearly said they wanted to kill everyone, both in the tape recording and that first message. But I just can't. Takumi, say something. Huh? Well, I stammered hard because I was more in line with Karara's way of thinking than Nozomi's. I did feel bad for Nozomi, so I decided to simply avoid committing for now. Sorry, I just remembered I have something I needed to do. Gotta go, bye. Wait, Takumi. Hey, come back here, please. What the fuck? Why is the main character such a little bitch? Oh my god. You're supposed to be the leader. Act like it. I ignored Nozomi's pleas and quickly bolted out of the room and into the hallway. What the fuck? Yeah, I think we still haven't... We haven't understood the function of this room yet in the plot. You know? Like... why the writers, the developers, added this room. If you know, there hasn't been a single development in the case that's resulted from examining these bodies. There's no good reason to have a morgue, as far as I can tell. Unless it's a central part of the story in an unseen way. Like, why don't we lock the morgue door? Or something. Put them in drawers. Why are they sitting out on tables like this? It's pretty weird, right? I kind of feel like I feel like these bodies could just get up at any point and go commit a murder, come back, lie back down, and no one be any the wiser. And if it's not the Undying Flames boy, then perhaps there's a different invader commander who has the ability to possess the dead, to make zombies, to do their handiwork. But that does not explain how Kaku dies in a locked room with a bottle of medicine. Unless she did it for Ima. Maybe the killer told her that it was either her or Ima, and she willingly sacrificed herself for him. Maybe. We should question Shoma next, but I want to talk to her. Hideko, what do you think about these bodies? Hideko, you were here the other day too. What's so interesting about this place?
Oh.
I wanted to investigate Kako's body again. What about you? I'm here to investigate the case as well.
Oh.
As if your clumsy brain could ever bring us closer to the truth. Oh, be quiet. Hideko decided to repeat herself in a hushed voice. As if your clumsy brain.
Hey!
You know that's not what I meant. Anyway. Have you already looked at Kako's body?
Oh.
Yes, and the other two as well. Huh? Aito and Geiku too? Didn't we already check Geiku's body on day 24? Yes, but something happened to make me realize I needed to check it again. Oh? I've discovered 2 surprising facts after reinvestigating Kako's body. Surprising facts. The first concerns her cryptoglobin. Her body's been almost completely drained of it. What? Plot thickens. There's a cut on her ankle. Her body was likely moved somewhere and hung up for an extended time. It was returned here after being almost completely drained of cryptoglobin. When? I'll get to that part later. Let me tell you about my other discovery first. Hideko walked to Kako's body and removed the sheet that was covering it. Then, she flipped the body over and what I saw flabbergasted me. What the hell? Marks of a stolen heart. I don't understand what we're looking at here, but okay. What? It's a pretty pretty big black circle. Somebody's cut a hole in her back, smashed her ribs, and dug her heart out. Why? Why would anybody do that? Before we talk about that, check the other bodies as well. I did as I was told, and I flipped Aito and Geiku's bodies over. I'll need to see the exact same marks on them. A large, empty cavity on their backs. Wait a minute. What's going on here? What indeed? Why are you so calm about this? Their hearts have been removed from their bodies. I know. That's what I've been trying to tell you. When did this happen? When we investigated Geiku's body on day 24, his back was still intact. It still was on day 27, too. I checked Aito and Geiku's bodies when we moved Kako's body here. Nobody had holes in their backs at that point in time. That means it must have happened sometime after the night of day 27. The perpetrator likely did the deed to all three at the same time. That way, that may have been when they extracted Keiko's cryptoglobin as well. Who? Simple logic dictates that the culprit behind this series of events did it. But why? Well, that's kind of a dumb question, isn't it? Cryptoglobin equals power. Power. How should I know what the culprit is up to? Perhaps they are simply a lunatic who collects hearts as a hobby, or a gourmet who enjoys a spot of grilled myocardium with lemon on top. Both examples are crazy. There's just one thing I can't seem to figure out. Why were the hearts extracted from the back? Making an opening in the chest would make removing them so much easier. Why go about it this way? Neither of us could come up with anything feasible, so we decided to investigate the bodies again. But there was not a single further clue to be found. Well, chat, that answers my question of why the morgue exists. What function it has in the story, I'm still not sure. But one thing is for sure, that those holes were made in those corpses while Takumi was out cold. Now, let's talk to Yugamu. He knows about corpses, and he's good with a knife. Medicine. One of mankind's most eminent inventions for sustaining life and dealing death. How can I help you today, Takumi? Bleh. I told Yugamu that I was investigating the case. Does that include Kako's death, too? Yes, the suspicious circumstances of her death bother me as well. My main objective was to solve the attempted murder of Shoma, but that didn't mean it was my only concern. Any information that might help solve Kako's case would be more than welcome. There were other cases to think about as well, like Sirei's destruction and Geiku's murder. But I hadn't found any further clues to those cases despite my thorough investigation on day 24. So I decided to focus on Shoma's case first. while the trail was still fresh. Is there something bothering you about Kako's case? Yes, there is. Remember her cause of death? She'd ingested tetrodotoxin, an extremely potent poison. When we found her, she was holding a bottle laid with TTX tightly in her right hand. That bottle was originally from this biolab. So the poison was taken from here? That would appear to be the case. Whether by Kako, who then killed herself with it, or by someone else who used it to kill Kako. Is this room open to everyone? Sure is. There's no lock on the door, and the cabinets are unsecured too. Anyone could have taken anything at any time. Somebody also stole some gamma-fuel, plus syringes and needles to administer it. Gamma-fuel? The substance you used to knock Ima out on day 27? The very same. Huh. But if it's still here, it hasn't been stolen, right? There are multiple bottles here. Several are missing. It didn't happen recently either. I first noticed the missing bottles on day 27. When I came here to get the supplies needed to help with Ima, I saw that there were already some missing. Why would the killer do that? Well, if it's just one person, trying to kill more than one person at a time might have some logistical problems. Or maybe they wanted to keep them alive. But incapacitated. So that they could do what? Drain them of cryptoglobin? I don't know. It doesn't make sense. We don't know for sure if the killer was the one who stole them. The thing is, at the proper dilution, this substance can numb the body's pain and emotional receptors without causing loss of consciousness. Perhaps that's what the thief wanted to use it for. Alright, let's talk to Shoma and Darumi. What are you guys doing here? If it isn't serial killer Takumi. You're awake? I'm not a serial killer, so stop calling me that. Anyway, I'm investigating the identity of the culprit right now. Do you mind if I ask you a few questions? Whoa. Can you be any more shameless? The criminal's role-playing as a detective now?
Ah!
I'm not talking to you. I'm asking Shoma. Oh, you want to know about the person who stabbed me? I've told the others a bunch of times already. I didn't get a good look at them. Wait, I thought you were sure Takumi did it. Yes, but it's not like I have any proof, so...
Huh?
Does that mean you didn't see the culprit when you were stabbed? He was stabbed in the chest, wasn't he? Not in the back. No, I did see someone, but they were wearing a mask.
Huh?
How about the person's height or body structure? I can't be sure. They were dressed in a long black poncho thing. You must have seen some identifiable features. I was attacked the moment I turned around, so I'm afraid not. I screamed immediately, and before I realized it, I'd been shoved to the ground. I don't remember anything after that. I fainted after the first 2 or 3 stabs. What about the murder weapon? Can you tell us about the knife or sword? I assume it was a knife. So you don't even know if it was a man or woman? No. Did they say anything? Actually, I did hear something as I was being stabbed. The person kept saying, "Die, die." Then you should have been able to recognize the voice. The thing is, I didn't. Why not? Their voice had been changed with a voice changer. A voice changer, huh? Well, let's talk to Eva. Takumi, long time no see. I heard you were out cold for a while. I woke up all of a sudden for some reason. I'm glad you did. Is there something I can help you with today? There was no point asking Eva about the case, so I decided to talk about something else. Do you remember what you told me before? It was bothering me that much. I had to choose between lying to you and eventually killing everyone here, or telling you the truth and joining your side. And then you said you decided to take your chances with us, right? Yes, I will no longer try to self-destruct in everyone's presence for the reasons I previously explained. Then will you fight with us instead? What? Vecious, the one who betrayed you, is still alive, right? By joining us in battle, you can personally take revenge against her and her underlings. Is that why Tsubasa asked to conduct a thorough investigation of my body the other day? So that if I ever tried anything, your team would be able to detonate the bomb inside my body remotely. Using the device she made? Yes, but I just want to make one thing clear. I didn't ask for the device because I'm suspicious of you. It's just something that's needed to put the others at ease. Eva thought for a while about what I said. Alright, you saved my life, so if there's anything I can do to help you, I'll do it. Thank you. Unfortunately, you'll still have to wait for a while before I can let you out of here. I need to clear it with the others first. Understood. I will wait. Now can I talk to Ima? Ima? Oh, come on. We should check her room for clues, man. If Ima's not in Kako's room, I guess he's in his own room. I rang the doorbell. No answer. I tried the doorknob, but it was locked. Ima, I know you're inside. Can we talk?
Hey!
I'm trying to track down the culprit, but I need something to go on. At that, a voice called out from the other side of the door. Ah, you're awake, Mr. Sumino. Unfortunately, there's nothing I can tell you. Come on, there's got to be something. You see, I'm suspicious of you too. I think you may have been the one who killed my dear sister. What are you talking about? I didn't kill her, and in the first place, Kako, she... Killed herself? Is that what you're trying to say? A preposterous suggestion. There was absolutely no reason for my dear sister to do such a thing. She had no worries, no sorrows. Even if she did develop any, she would have told me about them. My dear sister did not kill herself. I have no doubt she was murdered. Like I told you just now, I suspect the killer may have been you, Mr. Sumino. The only reason I haven't exacted vengeance yet is because I'm not completely sure it was you. Accidentally killing the wrong person would be playing right into the hands of the real culprit. But I might lose my sense of reason if we continue to speak much longer. Can you please leave now while I'm still in my right mind? I could sense that prolonging the conversation would lead nowhere. Ima refused to respond to any further attempts to talk. I went to the gym last night. When I stepped inside, I saw that Tsubasa and Takimaru were already there. Tsubasa, Takimaru, perfect timing. I need to ask you guys about something. What is it? Remember the voice changer you showed me in the garage the other day? Is it still there? Shoma told you about the culprit using the voice changer, huh?
Huh?
Yeah, he did. You guessed right, Takumi. The device has gone missing. I knew it. Culprit stole it, huh? I think so.
Huh?
When did you realize it was gone? On day 28, the day Shoma regained consciousness, I went to the garage to check after hearing his story, and the voice changer was already gone. Yeah, without anyone realizing. She showed us the voice changer on the afternoon of day 24. So it must have been stolen between that time and the morning of day 27 before Shoma got stabbed. What are you two doing here, though? I did a lot of thinking myself while you were out, and I just don't believe Kako'd kill herself. Me too. At first, suicide seemed like the only possibility based on the situation. After listening to Hiroko, though, I started to realize how unnatural the whole thing seemed. But if she was killed, how'd the culprit get away? That's what we need to figure out. Right? Is there another exit to this room? And so here we are. Maybe there's a secret tunnel or something that we completely missed, you know? We're all here to do the same thing then. You mean... Yes, Kako died under such mysterious circumstances that I can't stop thinking about it. Let's check the place out together. Yeah. And we can trust each other since all three of us are here. Here are safers. Safers? Those of us that can safely be removed from the list of suspects. Safers. That's true. And thus, we began to investigate the gym. We went around knocking on walls and floors to check for hidden doors. Some time passed before Takimaru shouted at us from the stage. Hey, come over here. I found something crazy. He was standing at a corner of the stage. Tsubasa and I hurried over. What in the world? No way. There really was a hidden tunnel, or should I say, a hidden ladder? I checked this place before, but I found nothing. What did you do? Told you I got a dog's hearing. I knocked on the floor and I knew right away there was an empty space underneath. Then I groped around the surface and what do you know? A rotatable handle came flipping out. Grabbed the handle, pulled it. And there you have it. Let's go see what's down there. Yeah. We slowly made our way down the long ladder. Eventually, I felt my toes touching solid ground. What I saw, there was isn't this...
Huh?
You know this thing? Yeah. Remember what I told you before? This is the escape pod that deploys on the last day. Huh? No way. Damn. Does that mean if we can get inside, we can go to the artificial satellite? We ran to the entrance of the pod and checked the door. There was a note pinned to it. The door to this pod automatically opens on day 100. No manual override available. Despite the note, we kept looking around for a way to open it manually. However, we were unable to find anything. Nope. This thing can't be opened from the outside. How about we use a crowbar to pry it open? Then the pod becomes useless because outer space is a vacuum. So we have no choice but to wait until day 100. We'll have to give up on the idea of boarding the pod before then. Shit. By the way, have you guys forgotten why we came down here in the first place? Of course not. We're trying to solve the lock room case, weren't we? Yeah. Hideko and I thoroughly investigated the gym after discovering Kako's body. But if the killer had been hiding in this storeroom, or the ladder shaft, at that time, you couldn't possibly have found them. Then after you and Hideko left the gym, the killer got out and walked through the exit like nothing ever happened. Which means Kako really was killed. We don't have concrete proof of that yet. However, this does disprove the previous notion that it couldn't possibly have been murder. Yeah, but Shoma died last. So, if the killer is hiding down here, then who's up? Who's stabbing Shoma? You know? Wait. Assuming for a moment she was murdered, wouldn't that also prove the killer was an outsider? Because when we found Kako's body, Takimaru, Shoma, and I were in the infirmary. whereas everyone else was in the gym. No, not everyone else. 2 were missing.
Huh?
That's right, Darumi and Ima. Ima couldn't have been the killer. He worshipped the ground she walked on. Darumi, though, she said she was playing slots or something. She could have been lying through her teeth. But it's always possible that an outsider did it. You made that life detection device yourself. Unless you're telling me you made that number up. I did no such thing. That was the correct number. But the killer could have gotten away by the time I finished making the device, right? Just then, I noticed something out of the corner of my eye. An item on the ground next to the cockpit of the escape pod. It caught my eye for some reason, and I walked slowly over to pick it up. Hey, what's that? A handkerchief? IT? Ima Sakuma? So it seems. I see something embroidered on it. That reads IT. Information technology? Or maybe just it, as in it girl? Could it be referring to the initials of a name? Ima. Sakuma. Oh no. When we exited the gym, we saw that it was already nighttime. I asked Takimaru and Tsubasa to gather the others before heading to Ima's room myself. Come out, Ima. I need to ask you about something. Somehow it felt like he would keep hiding if I told him about the handkerchief. So I decided not to say anything for now. We found a clue that may lead us to Kako's killer. I made that assertion even though I had no solid proof that she had been killed, because I wanted to see him. I wanted to get him out of the room. A short while later, I heard the door being unlocked. And then Ima appeared from behind it. You believed me? About my dear sister being murdered? Yes. Can you come with me? Slowly but surely, Ima nodded in assent. Takemaru, Tsubasa, and I took everyone to the storeroom where the escape pod was being kept. We told them how we had found the place and how the pod could only be used on day 100. After climbing back out, we all headed to the cafeteria.
Huh?
So, what was the clue that you found? Before that, I need to check something with Darumi. On day 27, when we found Kako's body, were you really playing slots at the time?
Ugh.
Huh? You're still suspicious of me? Then check the machine's play log. Then you'll know for sure I was playing around that time. And how could I have possibly stabbed Shoma if I'd been hiding in that storeroom the whole time? The only way out of that place is through that tunnel, right? I wouldn't have been able to get out of the gym until the coast was clear.
Huh.
Mayhaps you clambered out of the escape pod's elevator shaft. I'm no Spider Woman, and that shaft has no footholds. It's impossible to climb. The ceiling of that shaft is covered with a thick wall. It's not something that can be opened by human hands. How about this? You were the one to kill Kako, but not the one to stab Shoma. You're suggesting there were two culprits? Indeed I am. And does the number 2 ring any bells with regard to this situation? When we found Shoma's body, there were 2 people missing from the scene. You're suspicious of me as well? Ima's face twisted into a grimace. I hesitated for a moment when I saw his expression, but I decided to show everyone the handkerchief we had found. This is the clue I was talking about. We found it in the escape pod's storeroom. The letters IT have been embroidered on it. Are these initials?
Huh?
Wouldn't that refer to Ima Sakuma?
Huh?
I thought so. This is your handkerchief, right, Ima? And the fact that it was in the storeroom means Sir Ima killed Lady Kako. Are you out of your mind? Me, kill my very own dear sister. I didn't think that was possible either. Unless Ima was the one to stab Shoma, and Darumi was the one to kill Kako. Ima dropped the handkerchief in the storeroom when he was casing the joint. I told you it wasn't me. You think Miss Amamiya and I were accomplices?
Duh?
And that I tacitly approved of my dear sister's murder? That's no different from accusing me of killing my dear sister myself. You're all crazy. I can't believe that thought even crossed your minds. So you deny the charge? Of course I do. Then explain yourself. Why was your handkerchief in the storeroom? That's circumstantial evidence at best, guys. That's because, you see, you are feeling guilty. Shut the fuck up, Moko, he's talking. No. No, 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 no. Ah. Ima dashed out of the cafeteria screaming. Wait, Ima. We all dashed after her. Ima grabbed the fire extinguisher in the entrance hall before running outside. We followed him as he ran out of the building. He was running at full speed through the schoolyard and none of us could catch up. Finally, he tore through the wall of fire and ran to the other side. We followed behind. When we got to the city ruins, something unexpected happened. All of a sudden, a large object shaped like an onion appeared out of nowhere and captured Ima, who had been running ahead of us.
What?
Ima! The onion object then flew high up into the air with Ima and vanished out of sight. What just happened? And what was that thing? I'd seen that onion-shaped thing before in a previous timeline. That was probably a commander.
And that's how a true lady slaughters her prey.
Are you serious? Ima's been captured by the enemy? No way. That can't be true. It's alright. We can probably figure out where they went. What? You know, Ima's been rather emotionally unstable lately, right? So much, I thought that he might just up and go missing one day, so... I secretly planted a transmitter in his body when bringing food to him. We should be able to see where they took him from the war room. You clever girl, you. Okay, let's all head back for now. We traced the transmitter and quickly figured out exactly where Ima had been taken. It was the enemy relay station we had visited in the previous timeline. It's the same place they took him before, huh? We immediately started making a plan to get Ima back. After some discussion, we decided to split into 2 teams. The rescue team, me, Hideko, Takemaru, Tsubasa, Kurara. The defense team, Nozomi, Moko, Kyoshika, Yugumu, Shoma, and Darumi. What? No healer? No tank? Really? Must we rescue him, even though he may very well be the killer? It's not set in stone yet. What if it was all a mistake? Could you ever live with the fact that you abandoned an innocent friend? I knew you would say that. I was just making sure. Having only 5 people on the defense team is not very reassuring. Yeah. Can't we add 1 more or something?
Ugh.
No. What if the enemy attacks in the meantime? We can't afford to be lax on home security. In that case, Takumi. Yeah, it's time. Everybody, follow me. Sir Takumi, Lady Eva is out and about now. Why have you done such a thing? Yes, as you can see, I let her out.
Huh?
But why? I intend to let her join the rescue team. Huh? I explained about the bomb in Eva's body and the remote detonator we had made to trigger it. And you really think this will work? If you feel she's acting suspicious, you can press the button to blow her up yourself. Huh? I put the remote detonator into an astonished Hideko's hand. Now do you feel reassured? Hideko fell silent at my words. After a few moments, she said, Have it your way. Thank you for having me on the team. I look forward to being useful to you. I hope you can heal. All right then. We'll be right back. With Ima. Good luck. Stay safe, Nozomi. If I'm right, the killer's still here. Watch yourself. Stay safe. The rescue team set off for the enemy relay station, where Ima was being held captive. By the time we got close to the relay station, the sun was just starting to rise. We got off the bus and climbed up a small hill to survey the relay station.
We don't know where exactly Ima is being held in this base, but that doesn't matter. Let's just bust in there and start kicking ass and taking names.
Yeah, you guys already saw how that commander could fly.
That has to be Quinzale.
Quenzale? Is that his name?
Yes, and he's an absolute creep. Feel free to make mincemeat out of him.
A flying enemy? Sounds like a headache already. How do we even get to him?
We'll be fine with my specialist skill on our side. I'll whip up some surface-to-air artillery and knock him down in one shot. The thing is, I'll have to start crafting it after he actually appears.
Why? Can't you just make it now?
This particular weapon can only hold its shape for 5 minutes. After that, its internal pressure will cause it to explode.
Got it. Guess there's no helping it then.
Okay, guys, let's do this. Special Defense Unit, move out!
I didn't see what the objective was. I was looking at my second monitor. But, okay. Annihilate all enemies in one turn. One turn, huh? Well, I'm gonna need Tsubasa. Yeah, this should be okay.
Ready when you are!
2, 4.
I'm good whenever. I'm taking the wheel. Out of the way. Let's keep it up. Ready when you are.
Oh, there's bombs. Cool.
Don't try to stop me. We do. Locked and loaded. How's this? Let's keep it up. Leave it to me. Watch out! I'm taking the wheel. Let's roll. I'm good whenever. Leave it to me.
Let's give it to... Oh. What do you do?
Leave this to me.
Eva is a long-range attacker that specializes in attacking while moving. Her specialist skill, Special Fitness, automatically gives her attack +2 when moving and attacking. Hollow Blade. Attack 1. Ignores arm. Oh, that's nice. Let's
Understood.
boost her behind him.
I will be of more use to you.
I'm good whenever.
Let me just make sure there's no more enemies. Yeah? Okay. Alright, I'm sure.
Hi-ya! Locked and loaded. Out of the way.
Okay.
I'm taking the wheel.
Wow.
Ready whenever. chop you to pieces. Broken so soon. All right, let's get started. I'm fully prepared. Understood.
Let's give her a potion.
Leave this to me. I'll use this. Understood. You're in the way.
Yeah.
I'm ready to go. Take this! You're finished!
All right.
Leave it to me.
Heal their fatigue. Buff movement +1.
Are you okay?
I'm very appreciated.
Leave this to me. Ready whenever.
Let's try that.
Die! How unsatisfying.
Okay.
Time for battle. My turn. Take this! Broken so soon. Now then, to business. Ready whenever. Time for battle.
Agility.
Right here. My turn. I'll chop you to pieces. How unsatisfying. Ready whenever.
Agility.
I'll put this to good use. Now then, to business. Out of my way. Broken so soon. All right, let's get started. Time for battle. I can hardly contain myself. Ready whenever. All right, let's
Check.
get started. Right here. Time to move. How's this? How unsatisfying.
Got him. Now,
Time for battle.
we need to mop up these little guys.
Understood.
She can do a line attack. But
I'm taking the wheel!
that doesn't do a whole lot.
Time to move. I'm ready to go. My turn.
Spring trap.
My turn at last!
Let's make support tower.
You owe me! Kneel before me!
And then
Time for battle.
move her back here.
Understood.
No.
Leave this to me. I got this!
Okay, yeah.
This will
One
show
here.
them. Understood. Be gone!
We're not ending turn yet.
Kneel before me! Let's try one of these. I'll put an end to this. This will show them. I'm good whenever. This should slow them down.
Just put some fences
Locked and
down
loaded.
to keep the enemies from taking us out with one hit until we can get some armor. That's my
Quick
thinking.
drop out.
Full throttle!
We got plenty of these metal fences. Should not be a problem.
Heads up! Let's do this! Hauling ass! Setting it up!
And now
Make way!
we put an explosive mine right there.
Let's try one of these.
Okay, I think that'll do it. I think we can intern now.
I owe you.
There we go. Alright. And now...
Kneel before me!
I'll put a turret right there.
You had this coming! I'll take care of this!
And right there.
This is what you deserve!
Shit.
My turn at last!
Carrara cannot die.
I'm taking the wheel.
Hi-ya!
I'm ready to go.
Hell yeah.
You're in the way.
I got this!
That one's stunned. That one's stunned. She's got armor.
Locked and loaded! I'll take care of this!
Shit.
My turn at last!
Let's do this!
I'm out of voltage. Oh. Huh.
Let's go. My turn.
Attack.
Harder.
I think we'll be alright. Let's intern. Yes. The turrets are doing their job. Okay.
Hauling ass!
Not quite.
Understood.
Now then, to business.
Whatever.
I'll chop you to pieces.
Ready when you are. Watch
This will
out.
end the way.
I'm good whenever.
Wait, what?
Don't try to stop me.
There we go.
Now, do you understand that I would never betray you?
Where's your mask?
I shall reserve judgment until this entire battle is over.
Good call.
Where's the commander?
That Quenzele guy?
He should be here any time now. Aha! Speak of the devil.
I am the paragon of repulsion, Quenzele. I'll be sure to make it agonizingly painful when I kill you. Go ahead, scramble for your ugly lives. You won't escape from me.
He's finally here, like moths to a flame.
Now we have to protect Carrara.
Everybody, cover Kurata while she crafts the artillery.
Understood.
Got it!
What does it say? Defend Carrara for 3 turns. Okay, easy peasy, right?
All right, let's get started. How's this? My turn. Die! Broken so soon.
Ready when you are.
Leave this to me. I'm fully prepared.
That you are.
Here goes. This is what you deserve!
Time for battle.
Leave it to me. I'm taking the wheel. Engines at full throttle. I'm good whenever. This should slow them down. Leave it to me.
Okay. Time to clean up.
How's this? We did it! Ready when you are. Hi-ya! Let's keep it up. I'm taking the wheel. Ah! We did it! Leave it to me. I'm good whenever. Hi-ya! I'm taking the wheel. Out of the way! Let's keep it up. I'm good whenever. Ah! Ready when you are. Let's roll. We did it!
Let's freaking go!
Oh.
My turn.
Good to go.
Leave this to me.
Be gone!
Let's see.
Locked and loaded.
Move again.
Keep it coming. Leave it to me. Hi-ya! Ready when you are. Just a quick drop out. I'm taking the wheel. This should slow them down.
Time to move.
Defense potions to
I'll
everybody
put this to good use.
who has been boosted. Who's kind of vulnerable.
I'm ready to go. Allow me to use this.
That's good. Cool.
Locked and loaded. Ah!
It's set! Told you it wouldn't take long! And that's how a true lady slaughters her prey.
Precious.
All right. Now we gotta kill them all.
I'm good whenever.
Let's start
Leave it to me.
with
I'm good whenever.
attack pod.
Just a quick drop out. Locked and loaded. How's this? Let's keep it up. Ready when you are. Don't try to stop me. We did it! I'm taking the wheel.
Let's get as many of these little guys as possible.
Out of the way! Let's keep it up! I'm good whenever! Ah! We did it! I'm taking the wheel!
Okay.
Let's go.
I'm fully prepared.
I'll put an end to this.
I think we should put down a support tower.
I'll take care of it for you. Make way!
And 2 turrets.
You had this coming!
Hmm.
Let's give it to him! Hauling ass!
My turn at last. I've got this.
Move
I'm
again.
in tip-top condition. I'll take care of this. Unsightly beast.
Okay.
Make way! This will show them.
I'm ready to go. You're in the way.
Wow.
Full throttle!
My turn. Take this! All right, let's get started. Out of my way. Ready whenever. Time for battle. All right, let's get started. Right here. Time to move.
Is that what I want? Attack bar?
All right, let's get started. Time for battle.
Agility.
I'll put this to good use. Time to move. Now then, to business.
And attack.
Right here. Ready whenever. Who's this?
Nah.
All right, let's get started. I'm all
Again.
worked up now. Time for battle. Die!
Oh shit.
Take it! I have to fall back.
Thank you.
Now then, to business.
Let's freaking go!
Let's do this! My turn! Ready
Right.
when you are!
5 minutes.
My turn. Time for battle. Ready whenever. Take this! Time for battle. Chop you to pieces. Ready whenever. Take this! Now then, to business. Die!
No. We're gonna move again.
My turn. I can hardly contain myself. Time to move. How's this?
No.
All right, let's... I'm all worked up now. Ready whenever. Die!
No.
Now then, I can hardly contain myself. Time to move. Take this! All right, let's get started. Put this to good use. My turn. Time to move. Right here.
I'll take care of this. Make way!
That's it. We're done.
We must retreat.
Not like this!
They won't get us next time.
No, they won't.
The pain. It hurts. Why do this? What has prompted this cruelty?
Serves you right, Quenzele.
You're... Ava. I noticed you were here a while back, but... Does this mean you've switched allegiances?
Yes. It's not as if I had any future in the Sovereign Army anyway.
Sovereign Army. Suddenly, Quinzel broke off and stared at something behind us.
Overlord Vashnes!
What?
We all turned around at the same time,
Huh?
but
There's no one there.
Don't tell me.
we turned back around, but it was too late. During those precious few seconds, the defeated commander had disappeared completely.
He got away?
Freaking coward!
How?
I guess you could say that Quenzele has been... quenceled.
Hell yeah. S rank. Can't see it. It's okay. I know, it's S rank. After the battle, we split up to look for Ima. It took a while, but I eventually found him locked up in a cage.
Ima, are you alright? Hold on. I'll get you out now.
Mr. Samino!
I swung my sword down on the lock and it broke apart with a loud noise. I opened the door and quickly guided Ima outside, but then I saw something flashing out of the corner of my eye, right next to the cage.
A bomb?
The next moment, boom. I instinctively grabbed Ima from behind. This snap action meant my body shielded Ima from the brunt of the blast. A scalding pain ripped through my back. I choked down a cry of pain and asked,
Ima, are you okay? Yes. But what about you? Yeah, don't worry about me. As long as you're fine.
Huh? Huh? Mr. Samino? Mr. Samino! Mr. Samino!
Up and Atom Troops, time to rise and shine!
it's kind of annoying that they're denying us the Hemoinema after defeating commanders. For one reason or another, they seem to be getting away.
Get ready for your 50th day of active service here at Last Defense Academy. That's right, folks, you're halfway there, like a lizard on a chair. You're stepped in blood so far, returning would be as tedious as to go o'er. There's no turning back now. In honor of the occasion, your commander would like to hand out some presents, but if you're hearing this recording, it means your commander is no longer with you. So, no presents for anyone today! Too bad, so sad, try not to be mad!
I woke up to the expected sight of Nozomi, sitting right in front of me. This time, she wasn't shocked at all. Instead, she looked at me with a gentle softness in her eyes.
Morning. You're awake now?
I didn't have to ask about the day, since it was mentioned in the announcement just now.
It's day 50 today.
Yeah. Oh, don't worry about the feeding drips. We went to the second academy and brought a whole lot back.
Oh. Thanks as always.
You should thank the others too. They were the ones who actually got the drips, and I wasn't the only person taking care of you while you were out.
I sat up in bed. For some strange reason, I wasn't feeling any aches or pains. You seem fine physically. The truth is, your external injuries weren't as bad as they seemed. Which means the real reason I was out for such a long time was because of the fainting disease? I think so. Has anything changed? If you mean the murder cases, we haven't made any progress. Ima and Darumi are still denying that they were working together. Tsubasa and I don't believe they did anything either, but the others? Oh, something else has changed though. Ima's been taking part in the defensive battles. What? You shielded him back at the enemy relay station, remember? He said he's joining the fight for you. I see. That said, he's still as reticent as ever and hardly ever leaves his room otherwise. Who can blame him though, other than Tsubasa and me? Everyone's suspicious of him. But he did say he was willing to tell you, and only you, everything.
Huh?
Really? Yep. So go find him later, okay? Later. Were you expecting me to not act right now? after what you just told me? Hey, thank you for the follow, Becky. Place X. How's it going? Is that a powder emote? Right on. I jumped up and dashed outside immediately. Mr. Sumino, first of all, thank you for saving me that day. From the bottom of my heart, I thank you. Don't mention it, really. What I really want to hear from you is some answers. Ima nodded firmly. I was gonna tell you everything after you woke up anyway. Doing great? Awesome, man. Hey, don't worry about the late reply. I know the rules are kind of long, huh? I'm doing well. Getting a little bit EP. We're going a little bit long today, but I'm into this story, so I'm gonna push through for a little while till we get to the next natural breaking spot. Then I'll get some breakfast. I'm gonna try to get a few winks of sleep in before my daughter wakes up. Looking on my channel art. You think my art's cool? Thank you. Yeah, I have commissioned some pretty excellent artists. A few of them are from Reiki Raby's curated list of affordable artists that she has on her Discord. You even read the card? Dang. Right on. For a second there, I thought you were an artist getting ready to pitch me something. Because that's usually who I get in my channel. Your friend's an artist too? Yeah. Sweet. All right. Not like the other person. Yeah. That's good, man. Glad to hear it. So have you seen this game before? This is my first playthrough. You have to the Ask Me Anything is for it's mostly for self promo. Like, or just random off-topic questions. You just joined because of the model. Sweet. I'll have to mention that to my artist next time I chat with her. We're working on a new model too. We're gonna have an AI companion join the stream. Fill some of the spots in the dead air. Help moderate the chat, Discord, all kinds of stuff. All right, let's continue. Let's see. I owe you a debt of gratitude, but also because I'm now sure you couldn't have been the killer.
Huh?
Because the real killer would never risk his own life to save me like that. It is my deepest desire to find the person who killed my dear sister. And then smash their face in with a hammer over and over again until there's nothing left of it. Fuck.
Huh?
Yet, I am but a detective's assistant. I do not deal well with deductions.
Huh?
So I have decided to entrust this earnest wish of mine to you.
Ah.
I have the utmost confidence that you have what it takes to bring the truth to light.
Huh?
I intend to do just that, as soon as I get some answers from you. Now, first of all, why didn't you kill Darumi? What? That's kind of a weird question. So this is kind of like a murder mystery, at least at this point in the game. The premise is you've got to, you and your friends have to last 100 days. And basically the fate of humanity rests on you. Taking a water break? All right, cool. No worries. What? You think the killer is one of us, don't you?
Yeah.
Yeah. When Kako's body was found, you and Darumi were the only ones not in the gym. Unless you were the killer, but that can't be, right? Of course I'm not. If so, from your perspective, the only one other person could have been hiding in the storeroom at that point in time. None other than Darumi. Yet, you didn't go smash her head in with a hammer until there was nothing left. Why not? Mr. Sumino, I see what you are getting at, and you are right.
Oh!
It was because I knew it was possible for someone else to have been my dear sister's killer. Because there's a hidden exit in that storeroom, right? He nodded slowly in response to my question. Opposite the cockpit section of the escape pod lay a heap of metal containers. When we moved the heap away, we found a large ventilation shaft. Yeah, that makes sense. You've got to get air down there.
Huh.
Is this it? Yes. It's big enough for even for Takimaru and Moko to pass through. You are quite right. Have you ever gone inside before? No, sir. I stuck my head into the shaft but couldn't see anything in the pitch black darkness. When did you realize there was a storeroom here? About day 10, I would say. My dear sister found the entrance first. She was the one who brought me here. After that, we would secretly visit this place together whenever we had some free time. It became something like a secret hiding spot of ours. Why didn't you tell anyone? Well, I did not tell you before because I thought you were my dear sister's killer. I did not tell the others because, well, promise me you will not get angry? Yeah. Because my sister and I had intended to flee this place together in that escape pod. That's not possible. The door can't be opened manually. We thought we could do something about that by tinkering with the control system in the war room. I sighed and continued the conversation. But you kept this place a secret even after Kako was murdered. If you told us about it, we'd be able to accept your assertion that Kako hadn't killed herself. Hey, welcome back, Becky. I promised, my dear sister, that no matter what happened, I would never tell anyone about this place. Hope you didn't miss much? No, he's just explaining when he and his sister found this hidden room, that they would use it to meet up secretly. And it was like their little secret hideout away from the rest of the team. She had tears in her eyes when she made me promise. I want us to live together in the Tokyo residential complex again, just the two of us. But we have to get out of this place first. We'll be killed one day if we stay here.
Yeah!
I believe I may have dropped the handkerchief at that time. When I was putting it back into my pocket after wiping my dear sister's tears away. By the way, I hope I'm not disturbing you while playing. No, not at all. This place was our sanctuary. We didn't want anyone else invading our space. Sorry you talk too much sometimes? No, don't worry about it. I want to encourage people to chat in my channel. Even after my dear sister lost her life. It felt like I would be desecrating her memory by allowing someone else in. That is why I told nobody. That's sweet of me, I suppose. People have said I'm wholesome. Some people said sweet. Yeah. I've heard that before. But everybody's got their dark side. Part of my OC's concept is the union of light and dark. Large tears started rolling down Ima's cheeks, and I wordlessly held out his handkerchief to him. Ima accepted the handkerchief and clenched it tightly in his hand. He squeezed his eyes shut, and for a long time after that, his shoulders trembled nonstop. After Ima had calmed down, we climbed back up to the surface. Tsubasa was in the garage, as usual, when we stepped inside. Ima, you're an unusual sight around here. Even more unusual than me being awake? I mean, I already heard about you from the Zomi. She's been going around telling everyone the news, you know. Can I invite my friend too? I really want to show her your mom. I don't mind. Yeah, sure. More the merrier. In fact, if I get 4 people chatting at one time, I get a little achievement on Twitch. I don't know what that's worth or anything, but it is a little milestone. So. I mean... Anyway, what's up? Just wanted to know if there's a recon drone around here anywhere, with lights and cameras, if possible. Yes, but what do you need it for? That's kind of hard to explain. Can you just come with us and bring the recon drone? We need it to solve the case. Sorry, I missed your answer. Yeah, I said more the merrier. For sure. I like your Kupo badge, by the way. I got the MSQ one myself. Tsubasa blinked a few times in quick succession at Ima's words. Alright, give me a sec. Uh-oh. If there's a ventilation shaft here, that means... I see how it is now. You got it yesterday? Cool. Were they doing the crystalline conflict? I saw something about that. Like a tournament or something. Yeah, exactly. If Kako was killed, the presence of this shaft makes everybody in the academy a suspect. Including the Safers, for Shoma's case. Including me. Yet, you still brought me here. Does that mean you trust me? Kind of. Sort of. You don't sound very sure. I'll take it though. No viewers, just have to watch for a specific time. Yeah. I don't get why the main character is so suspicious of all of his friends when he's already been through hell with them for 100 days. Like, he knows them very well. He knows they wouldn't do this. Except for Aito. He's a bastard. But we already took him out. I don't understand. Okay, let's start. Thanks. We used the drone to investigate the ventilation shaft. As a result, we were able to make a few major discoveries. Right. In summary, this is what we learned. First of all, the shaft bends in a zigzag shape a few times and extends toward the school building. It splits into a grid structure halfway and connects to different parts of the building.
Oh!
Anyone using this can basically exit from anywhere they like. However, the bends are extremely narrow, and people our size can't possibly get through them. Only someone with a body the size of a small child could have gone through those bends. I'm more concerned about what we found in the halfway. Yeah, me too. This thing, right? This thing that got caught on a protrusion in the interior wall. Thankfully, we were able to retrieve it because I had the foresight to attach a robotic arm to the drone. It's a piece of cloth, right? A square, green piece of cloth about an inch long. I looked at Ima, then Tsubasa. They looked at me with wide, questioning eyes. It was apparent they hadn't yet realized the grave implication behind this. maybe a certain incident had blinded them to the existence of that possibility. So, who wears green? Shoma wears green, and he's small. But he was one of the victims. However, he's the only victim that survived and was resurrected. Everyone else was killed in such a way that they couldn't be brought back. So maybe he stabbed himself to throw us off. Damn, that'd be cold. Aber, I'm sorry, I think she's sleeping right now. Hey, that's okay. I appreciate you trying, man. I'll be here all week. Tip your servers. I put the piece of cloth back in my pocket. Looked them both in the eye and said, "Do you have a server for your viewers?" I have a Discord, but I have not launched it yet. I'm still making some final permission tweaks and automations so that moderation duties are minimal, and yeah, I'm interviewing mods, potential mods. There was one guy, he wasn't a good fit. But yeah, probably gonna have, I'm gonna see if I could code some things to be automated, like role assignments, a little bit of content moderation. You'll join when it's ready? Cool. Yeah, I'm making something really cool for it, where you join and you take a quiz and it sorts you into one of 7 houses, and everyone gets their own great house chat room, and there's like a leaderboard of great houses, so everyone like competes to have the top great house for the week, and that house gets certain benefits. Each house is based on a certain breed of chicken, which corresponds to one of the 7 classical planets. And it's kind of like an ancient personality test of sorts. So yeah, I've got an artist who's making the art for the quiz. 7 different illustrations of the Great House Paragons, and that's all going to be part of the quiz. And I'm working on the permissions, trying to make it, trying to give people the least amount of permissions as possible, and have different what do you call it? Like sub benefits. but not like clickish stuff, but not like a special channel. They're Would you like to join mine? We have a community for streamers and friends. Maybe I will. Yeah, after stream. Feel free to send me a message on Discord on Aber_Chen. All right. What was I saying? Oh, yes. The member/sub benefits will be like things like recommending content, recommending things to react to, recommending games to play. There's like a channel set up for that, and one for voting on stuff. And I think I'll have the ability to like embed links, something like that. I can't remember exactly, but I put everything in GitHub. If you read my server rules, it's on the same website. I've got like a security policy and a governance policy. And it's all open source too, so like once it's all set up, people can just fork it and use it to get their own channels up and running rather quickly. Tell everyone to gather in the gym at 7 p.m. tonight. What for? This is quite sudden. Please, just do it. They turn to look at each other. I don't mind. What will you be doing until then? Well, you'll see. Very ominous. I'll share with you in a few minutes. Okay, cool. I've had enough proof to make my case, but I wanted just one more piece of key evidence. So, I went to the back of the school to the place where Shoma had been stabbed. Spent a few hours thoroughly investigating every nook and cranny. Before long, the sun set and my shadow started growing longer. It was at that time that I found something. A faint trace of blood on a corner of a rock. It was maybe 30 feet away from where Shoma had been stabbed. I didn't think blood from his injuries could have sprayed that far, which meant what? I entered the gym at 7 p.m. sharp to find everybody already gathered there. Eva, you're here too? Yes. I have received an official release. I have been given Ito's room, And I do not have to sleep in the cage anymore. Hey, welcome back. This is a good opportunity for a screenshot. I don't recognize that emote. What is that? All credit goes to Takumi at Tsubasa. It's a crow. Oh, I see it now. Cool. Yeah, I like crows. When I had chickens, I would I'd feed the crows sometimes. You got cool. It's a little Abra emo. I would feed the crows chicken scratch from time to time because they'd be circling around my street, and they are natural enemies of hawks and stuff. So if you got crows, hawks will tend not to hang around. So I'd much rather have crows than hawks around my chickens. The remote detonator you suggested has allowed everyone to accept my presence with the greatest peace of mind. I duplicated the device and gave copy to everyone. Oh, I don't know if that was a good idea, Tsubasa. Not if... No! No, why would you do that? If someone's the killer. You could just... Oh. Fuck. That's got like a 25-meter blast radius. Do I still have chickens? No. Unfortunately, the place I live right now does not. A, they don't allow it. B, my yard's not big enough to really do anything. Used to have fishes? Pet sharks? What? That sounds crazy. Like in a tank? Or like a pond? I made a, well, not really a pond, but I had like a kiddie pool that I hook a hose up to and let it just enough to drip a little bit of water, and it made like this stream that ran through my yard, and chickens would go drink fresh well water out of there. You had an aquarium? Okay. Must have been a big aquarium for baby sharks. Dad likes to pet fishes instead of dogs and cats. Yeah, me too. Me too. The fur. Dog and cat fur, man, they get in everything. It gets in your carpet, gets on your clothes, it gets in the fans of your computers and pretty much all of your electrical equipment. Reduces their life, among other things. When I had I should say, the hairs are harmful. Yeah. Yeah, and they always be like making messes on the floor. No matter how well trained they are, you know. Sometimes they just do what they want. And it's always like the worst time. Like, I do not want to wake up in the middle or wake up first thing in the morning and step in some pet mess. That's gross. That's not a good way to start the day. Let me tell you. I had this one cat who would poop in the bathtub. So like I'd be trying to take a shower first thing in the morning, and before I could do that, I'd have to clean the cat turd out of the bathtub. I'm like, what is wrong with you? Anyway. Nah, I don't need one. That aside, what are we all here for? Cats are very naughty. Yes. Yes, they are. And dogs can be too if they're left alone for too long. Well, you see, I turned my gaze upward and slowly lowered my head.
I figured out who killed Kako and stabbed Shoma.
This is going to be good.
Huh?
Mr. Sumino, wait a minute, please. You just said with absolute certainty that my dear sister was indeed killed? Yes. The situation points to that fact. Who did it? Ima, I need you to promise me something first. Promise you won't lay a finger on the killer when you realize who they are. No hammering. I won't tell you the truth unless you promise me that. Shh. I saw him gritting his teeth with a scowl on his face. Still, he nodded firmly and said, "Fine. I promise that I won't lay a finger on that accursed scum."
Good. All right. Much as I wish I didn't have to do this, here goes. The person who killed Kako and stabbed Shoma.
It's Shoma, right?
It was. The name of...
Come on now, out with it.
That person is...
Oh, now I get it. I finally put that together with the bottles, the medicine that was stolen to numb the pain. It's like a sedative or what do you call it? Analgesic? No. What's the word? Anyway, it's a numbing medicine. Oh, decide your destiny. I get a choice? No. I get to choose? What? That's amazing. Well, I think it's Shoma. Is Shoma the one behind this? It's your future.
The real killer. You! Shoma Genzaki!
What are you talking about, Takumi? Have you forgotten that I was a victim too? I was stabbed!
Amber, have to go now. That's okay. Thanks for coming out. We'll see you again soon.
Stop running your mouth, and just watch as I expose every last detail of your criminal wrongdoings from start to finish.
Pleasure chatting with you too. I'll tell you what happened in chronological order. Let's start with Kako. Her estimated time of death is between 1 and 4 a.m. on day 27. Really enjoyed it here. Thanks. Check your... Yeah, I will. Of course. You met up with her before that on day 26 to tell her to come to the gym during that period of time. A good rest of stream? Thank you. I will. I'll probably be done once we finish up here with this leg of the story. That's a cute emote. Alright, bye. So, she showed up to the gym as asked, where you made up some reason for her to swallow that thing.
That thing? What thing? I don't know what you're talking about.
Huh? Oh, was I too slow? Okay.
That thing? What?
Oh, I have to hold up.
I'm
Okay.
talking about TTX. Tetrodotoxin.
It's extremely poisonous. Ingesting just 1 to 2 milligrams is fatal. That's how you poison Kako to death. Huh? After poisoning Kako, you put the bottle of TTX into her right hand. Then you block the gym door using a mop as a latch, thinking you could make her death seem like a suicide with all that nonsense. Once that was done, you climbed down the ladder in the corner of the stage into the escape pod's storeroom. You already knew that Shaft was there. Because you'd seen Ima and Kako going into the trapdoor before. You did your homework, and you went down to check out the storeroom as well, before carrying out your plan. That's why you also knew about the ventilation shaft. And you used that vent to return to the school building. That's the main reason causing me to single you out as the culprit. The main reason?
Anyone could have used the ventilation shaft to get back into the school. You can't accuse me of being the culprit because of that.
You're the only one small enough.
I can. Because of how the shaft bends in a zigzag shape and extends towards the school building.
The bends are extremely narrow. Only someone with the body size of a small child could have gone through those bends. In other words, the only one who could have gone through those narrow bends is you, Shoma. You can't say that for sure. A girl who was flexible enough could have passed through as well, right? No. It's physically impossible. Anyway, there was something left behind in the ventilation shaft. That's what's going to serve as irrefutable proof of your guilt.
Irrefutable proof? Let's see this proof. What is it?
Here it is. This square piece of inch-wide green cloth.
It's from your shorts, right? Out of all of us, only Kurara, Takimaru, and Shoma wear something green on them. Or maybe your hat? I don't know, it could be. But Kurara's tomato mask isn't made of cloth, so this scrap can't be hers. Plus, that mask is freaking huge and wouldn't go through the shaft anyway. The shade of green on Takimaru's jacket is less vibrant than the scrap too. Shoma, turn around. Why? Just do it. I just checked. Part of Shoma's backpack has been torn. The torn part perfectly matches this cloth scrap. Indeed, I too witnessed it and have concluded they are a perfect match. Concluded, rather. You couldn't have passed through the narrow bends of that shaft while still wearing your backpack. But you couldn't leap in the shaft either. So you tied the shoulder straps to your feet and pulled it along as you climbed up. That's how the backpack got caught on a sharp edge protruding out of the inner wall of the shaft. This cloth scrap got torn off because of that. No. This is fake evidence planted by the real culprit. Someone's trying to frame me. If that was the case, why would that someone stab you? That one act would completely divert all suspicion away from you. Now this next part is all just conjecture. Shoma, you were actually intended to kill Ima as well, weren't you? That plan went awry because Kako showed up to the gym alone. So you had no choice but to kill only her. But that made things difficult for you because Ima knew about the storeroom as well. What's more, he also knew about the ventilation shaft. If he told anybody about the shaft, this would no longer be a locked room case. And if we pursued the case as a murder, we would eventually close in on you. So, you wanted to kill Ima afterward. But it was almost dawn by the time you crawled out from the ventilation shaft. That left you with no time to do anything about Ima. So you panicked and started thinking about ways to remove yourself from the suspect list. That's how you ended up deciding to kill yourself. If you could make everyone think you'd been mutilated by the culprit, we would never even dream of suspecting you. You're being ridiculous. This is way too bold a plan for someone like me.
Who would dare kill themselves just to make it seem like they were innocent? What's the point of being seen as innocent if you're dead?
Bad. I messed that part up. Do I have to get... I have to get every single question right? Okay.
Who would dare kill themselves just to make it seem like they were innocent? What's the point of being seen as innocent if you're dead?
Guilt? Oh shit, I'm too slow. I guess he was guilty.
Who would dare kill themselves just to make it seem like they were innocent?
You were being driven by guilt.
You must have felt some measure of regret for doing what you did to Kako. You took your own life because of that sense of self-reproach. Huh? Wait, did I get it wrong? Give me a minute. I need to rethink this. You can have all the time you want, because you won't be able to prove I'm the culprit. Okay, well, we know what the...
Who would dare kill themselves just to make it seem like they were innocent? What's the point of being seen as innocent if you're dead?
You were in a state of distress.
Wait, none of the answers are correct? You were probably too distressed to make a rational decision, so you acted on impulse and took your own life. There and then. If I just wait him out...
Who would dare kill themselves just to make it seem like they were innocent? What's the point of being seen as innocent if you're dead?
Wait for it. Huh. Is it about the timing?
ourselves just to...
That's the first option I chose.
Of course. Actually dying was never part of your plan.
Obviously.
Ah!
In fact, you were absolutely confident that you wouldn't die because we have the Revive-O-Matic in the infirmary. But for that to work, you had to die in a way that allowed us to find your dead body quickly. After all, we wouldn't be able to revive you if too much time had passed. Now also, once you were revived, you were still KO'd. You were like in a coma or something. Because of the meds that you took. The sedative. That's what I was... Right after the morning announcements so that everyone could hear you. Yeah, screaming. Then you stabbed yourself all over and temporarily ended your own life. I can't believe I'm listening to this. Please be realistic. No one in their right mind would willingly stab themselves that many times. What do you think an infuser is?
It just doesn't make any sense. We're not talking about cutting your wrists or slitting your throat here.
No, it is possible.
If you injected yourself with a powerful anesthetic, that's the word I was thinking of earlier. Like gamma feel. Remember what Yugamu said? At the proper dilution, this substance can numb the body's pain and emotional receptors without causing loss of consciousness. Yep, and I still stand by that. It does make sense. So you're trying to say that I used the drug to do the deed, right? But where would I even find a drug like that? You probably stole it from somewhere.
Stole it from where? You can't just gloss over the details like that.
The biolab.
From the biolab.
That room isn't locked and everyone has access to the shelves. Getting the drug from there wouldn't have been a problem for you. Alright. Assuming that I did inject myself with that anesthetic.
How did I get rid of the hypodermic needle afterwards? When you found me at the back of the building, was there anything like that on me? There wasn't, right?
You swallowed it?
You swallowed the needle.
You've always been a glutton. Are you insane, Takumi? Huh? Wait, did I get it wrong? What are you trying to do here? Yeah, I didn't think about the needle.
How did I get rid of the hypodermic needle afterwards? When you found me at the back of the building, was there anything like that on me?
You hid the needle inside your body.
You pushed it deeply into one of the wounds made with the knife. That means the whole syringe should still be in my body. Yes, you must be in a lot of pain. No, because he was resurrected. I'm not in any pain at all. Alright. This is a...
How did I get rid of the hypodermic needle afterwards? When you...
Tossed
You
it
must
where?
have tossed it somewhere far away when you were done with it.
What about the knife? Where did the knife I used to stab myself disappear to? You tossed that far away as well, just like you did with the syringe. Did anyone find any of those things at the scene? No. But nobody searched the area nearby on day 27, the day of the incident. You could have collected those items the next day, on day 28, after you woke up. But still, you're just guessing at this point. You've got no real proof. No proof that I threw the knife away after stabbing myself. I do have proof. It's not with me right now, but I did find something. There was something 30 feet away from where we found you.
What was it? What did you find?
Blood.
I saw blood stains. Just a little patch on the corner of a rock.
In a place where blood from your injuries couldn't have reached. Those stains proved that the bloody knife had been thrown over there. That's enough already. It doesn't matter what you're trying to say because you have no solid proof.
The green cloth was the only piece of substantial evidence you managed to produce. Anyone could have left that behind to frame me. All it proves is that I could have committed this crime. But it doesn't prove that I was the only one who could have done it.
What? Lie, trick, or bluff? He's splitting hairs at this point.
Needle afterwards. When you found...
You must have tossed it somewhere far away when you were done with it.
What was it?
I saw blood stains.
Well, we've got a cloth that matches your clothes. We got blood stains that can be tested to match your DNA. Too far away from your body to make sense.
The green cloth was the only piece of substantial evidence you managed to produce. Anyone could have left that behind to frame me. All it proved...
It's time you stopped playing dumb, Shoma.
No shit. I do actually have another piece of conclusive evidence. What? The bottle of TTX Kaka was holding. Your fingerprints were on it.
That can't be. It can't be. It just can't. It can't! My fingerprints can't be on that bottle. I was wearing gloves when I...
You fell for it.
Got him.
No! That was just a slip of the tongue. I mean,
You played yourself.
it was just, anyway, I'm not.
Give it up, Shoma. I'll say it again. The person who killed Kako by making her drink TTX. It was none other than you! Shoma Genzake!
Why the hell would the little creep do that, though? Takumi, you got a few things wrong, but for the most part, you were correct. It was me. I killed Kako. Back off, Ima. You promised. So which parts did I get wrong? The entire premise to begin with. I did not kill her of my own volition. I was ordered to do so by a certain someone. Let's call this person X for now. Stop trying to make excuses for yourself. I'm telling the truth. Please believe me. Tell us more about this order you received. Just before dawn, on day 26, I woke up to someone tapping my cheek. When I opened my eyes, X was there, right in front of me. You didn't lock the door? I did. I think X was already hiding inside before I came in. Under the bed or something. What did X say? X said,
I killed Gaku and intend to make you my next target. But I'll let you off if you follow my instructions. If you go against me or tell the others about my existence, I'll blow up the bomb inside your body immediately.
well, that rules out an outsider. An outsider wouldn't know that information.
Yes. The bomb planted in all of your bodies by that robot known as Searay.
Just who is this X person? I don't know. They were wearing a long black poncho. They wore a mask over their face and used a voice changer to hide their real voice. That sounds like the fake stabber you made up to fool us. I mean, it's true I wasn't stabbed by a person of that description, but that person definitely exists. What happened after that? I'll buy this, chat, because Shoma doesn't have any motive to kill Kako. And he's a fucking pussy. I followed X's instructions. I didn't want to be killed the way Kako had been. X came up with the entire plan. They told me about the ladder shaft, escape pod hangar, the ventilation shaft, the tetrodotoxin. It was X who obtained that bottle of TTX2. After that, I simply asked Kako to meet using the script X had prepared.
Ugh.
What did the script say? To speak to her on the afternoon of day 26. Kako, I know about the storeroom with the escape pod too. I did some research in the library and found a way to open the cockpit and launch the pod into space. So, would you like to escape from this academy together with me and Ima? If so, come with Ima to the gym tonight at 2 a.m. The plan was to kill not just Kako, but Ima as well. Because they were the only other people who knew about the storeroom. Killing them both at the same time in a locked room would make their deaths seem like suicide. But only Kako showed up at the gym at the specified time, 2 a.m. Why? Kako said this. I haven't told my dear brother what you told me yet. First, I need to verify whether your information is authentic or not. If it's true, then we set off tomorrow. But keep it a secret from my dear brother, alright? I want to surprise him. I hesitated to execute the plan because she had showed up alone. But X also told me,
if you chicken out and do nothing, I'll still blow you up.
So, I passed Kako a water bottle mixed with TTX. Takumi more or less covered what happened after that, until I returned to the school building. Except, I had not foreseen that my backpack would get torn along the way. After returning to the first floor of the school building, I was at a loss because I didn't know what I was supposed to do about Ima. It was going to be difficult to kill him, because the sun had already risen by then. Suddenly, X appeared again.
Ima probably knows about the ventilation shaft. If he spills the beans, they'll all know Kako didn't die in a locked room. They'll start investigating the case as a murder instead of assuming it was a suicide. The morning announcement will be playing soon. You won't make it back to the roof in time. Somebody will realize you were out and about before dawn. But rest assured, for if you do as I say, you'll never even make it to the suspect list.
The way he's speaking right now, this sounds like Hiruko. Or Karara. But more like Hiruko. That's why you went to the back of the building, Anne. Yes, I had been left with no other choice. But I was hesitant right up until the moment I injected myself with the gamma field. Once I did that, it was as if my sense of fear completely evaporated. Oh, X gave me the gamma field as well, along with a knife and a syringe. I'm pretty sure X must have been the one to collect the knife and syringe that I dropped after I did the deed. Because I know I definitely didn't retrieve them. His story thus told, Shoma slumped his shoulders and bowed his head deeply. The silence that followed stretched on until Hiruko finally spoke up. I just have one last question, Shoma. Do the words back or heart ring any bells? Back or heart? No, I have no idea. Thank you. Your reaction was the answer I needed. I guess that's that, Takumi. Yeah, X must have done it. If Shoma wasn't involved in that particular affair. Everybody was looking at us in confusion. Probably because nobody knew that someone had stolen the hearts from the dead bodies. Then Shoma started trembling like a leaf, as if he suddenly remembered something. Oh no, that's it. I'm gone for. I told you about X. The bomb inside me is gonna blow up now. Ugh. No, it's not. Nothing's happening. Did this X person lie to you? I think they must have. An amateur can't possibly make a detonator for a bomb in our bodies. Only someone with my level of skill and expertise. So, Mr. Gonzaki won't be executed? Then I'll do it myself. I'll kill you. I'll tear you limb from limb. Ima let out a guttural roar and charged towards Shoma. So quickly, nobody had time to react. He shoved Shoma to the ground, clambered on top of him, and started strangling him so hard it almost seemed like he might rip his head off.
Go to hell!
Ima, no!
I ran over in a panic and pulled Ima off. Shoma had fainted and was frothing at his mouth. Yugumu darted over and conducted a quick check.
He's fine. Just passed out.
Damn it! Damn it! Dear sister! My dear sister! My dear sister!
After that heartbreaking outburst, Ima simply collapsed on the spot. Nozomi and Tsubasa rushed over and started comforting him. Everybody else was at a loss, simply staring quietly at Ima as they stood rooted to the spot. The sound of Ima's pained wails echoed coldly and endlessly through the walls of the building. We moved the unconscious Shoma into the cage in the courtyard and made sure it was properly locked. Once that was done, I shoved the key deep inside my pocket. Everyone returned to their rooms without saying a word. I soon found myself completely alone. Looking up at the night sky, I thought about what had happened. Kako's case had been solved, but that didn't mean it was all over. Someone out there killed Geiku and instructed Shoma to kill Kako. This was likely the same person who had been stealing hearts from the bodies in the morgue. X, the real mastermind behind this entire string of events. I had to find out who this person was, by hook or by crook, and I would, no matter what I did. I clenched my fists tightly. I would let nothing shake me from this firm resolve. Day 51.
Up and at 'em, troops! Time to rise and shine! Get ready for your 51st day of active service here at Last Defense Academy. Prepare to spend another day enduring the unendurable and suffering the insufferable to pave the way for humanity's future greatness. Be ready to give your lives to protect our beloved school from the vile and barbaric enemy.
Guys! Wake up! Something's happened!
Uh-oh. Upon hearing that loud cry, I dashed out of my room. What happened? What's going on? I was up early, so I went to check on Shoma and Shoma, he... What happened to him? Just come with me. Quickly. We all knew where this was going. Everybody made a mad dash for the courtyard together. We ran through the second floor hallway and burst into the courtyard and ran toward the cage without stopping. There we saw.
Shoma!
He looks the same as before. Kyoshika grabbed the gate and tried to open it.
It is still locked and will not budge.
Doesn't Takumi have the key?
Hold on, I'll unlock it now.
I dug the key out of my pocket and slotted it into the keyhole. Once the gate was unlocked, I opened it and went inside. I immediately ran to Shoma and touched his neck, checking for a pulse. At that moment, something felt a little off.
It's wet.
What?
I touched his clothes, and they were wet as well.
Well, is he alive or not?
I already checked that. As you can clearly see, he's already...
Maybe we can still revive him if we bring him to the infirmary like last time.
Since I had touched the body, I knew already that too much time had passed. But I decided to go along with it anyway.
Yeah, we should try that.
Cause of death? Hemorrhagic shock. Estimated time of death, day 51, between 2 and 5 a.m. Multiple stab wounds on the chest and abdomen. The murder weapon is likely a sharp blade about 8 inches long. Too much time had passed since death. Insufficient cryptoglobin present in body. Impossible to revive. After everyone had a chance to view the monitor, the mood in the room became heavier. What the hell's going on? How'd the killer get to Shoma when the cage was locked? Takumi, did you lock your door last night? Yes, I did. So nobody could have stolen the key from me while I was sleeping. And I know I'm repeating myself, but that key is unique. It cannot be copied. Well, that narrows down the list of possible suspects to just Takumi, right? Don't you ever get tired of mindlessly repeating the same thing?
Hey!
Aren't we overlooking the other possibility? That he stabbed himself like before. This time, in a way that would be impossible for us to revive him. I can't think of any other reason why he'd wind up dead in a locked cage in the middle of the night. Well then, who supplied him with the knife? It had to be X, right? If it was X, they would have passed him some gamma fuel and a syringe. Yeah. Ain't no one strong enough to keep mutilating yourself like that without being drugged the hell out of their mind. He could have used one of the bottles that had been stolen previously. We moved Shoma's remains to the morgue. There were now 4 bodies lying on tables there. At Ima's request, we made sure Kako and Shoma's bodies were not placed next to each other. Ima walked to Shoma's dead body and stared at it for a long time. Then he said, "You got what you deserved." And after that, we investigated the courtyard together. Despite combing over every inch of the area, we found no trace of a knife or syringe. The only thing we found was a balloon. It was lying on the floor near Shoma's cage. Although I couldn't immediately figure out if it was related to the case, I decided to stuff it into my pocket just in case. Soon, the last rays of sunlight disappeared into the horizon and the darkness of night took over. How? This just happened at dawn. Right? Well, I guess the revival attempt took some time to get his body over there. Even then, it should only be like noon. It was already past dinner time. Seeing that none of us had appetite after all that, we skipped the cafeteria and gathered at the rec room instead. This makes it 3 people who've lost their lives because of X. We don't know for sure if X had anything to do with Shoma's case yet. Of course they did. We'd all be in serious trouble if it wasn't X. Because that would mean there are 2 killers of X's caliber running around free. So, who do you think X might be? Everyone fell silent. This was the question I was dreading the most. And it seemed like the others felt the same. Ever since Shoma shared his side of the story last night, we'd all been avoiding that particular issue. But it was time to face reality. I steeled myself and turned to Tsubasa. Tsubasa, do you still have the organic life detection device? Yes.
Oh.
12. The exact number is the people present here.
Oh.
That means somebody among us is X. He said the words, among us. Chat. Oh, I just turned off. Okay. Everybody's kind of stumped, huh? No. Wait. It could have been someone who came in at midnight and left the school before the sun came up. Sadly, that's not possible. This device comes with a history log. At 4 a.m. last night, the number changed from 13 to 12 and stayed there. Aha. So, Sir Shoma was murdered at 4 a.m. last night. Huh? Yeah? Miss Magadori, we are discussing something more important here. The number reduced by 1 when Shoma lost his life. But after that, it neither went up or down. Proving that nobody came into the school or left it, right? Yes. Thing is, we're all screwed if we don't do something. X threatened to kill us all in that message, and they're gonna do just that. The more we put this off, the more people will be dropping dead, one by one. Well, I agree with the part about doing something, at least. Hey, Takumi, you're the leader. Come up with something. Maybe... How about we make it compulsory to move around in groups of at least 3 during the day? Didn't someone mention before that 3 is a risky number? That was because your 2 other teammates could be working together. But the situation has changed. According to Shoma, X is just 1 person. That's right. So a group of 3 should be fine. What about at night? Feels like that's the main thing. So far, all of them were taken out at night. Then we should What? Phew. Done and done. That was strange. Are we all going to be sleeping here from now on? How bland and boring. Getting evacuation center vibes here. Would you prefer bland and boring or dead in a ditch? We've used curtains to divide the area up into rooms, so everybody will have some semblance of privacy. Is this really gonna work? What if the killer strikes while we're all sleeping? In fact, that's why we've avoided sleeping in one spot until now, right?
Huh?
Yes, and that's why I'm thinking of having a sentry system. 3 people will be on watch at all times. We'll also rotate one person out every hour. 3 watches? That's excessive. Especially for a group of this size. Nobody's going to get a good night's sleep. Tell me, I know from experience. If there's 3 of them, I mean, if there's 12 of them and 3 on watch at a time, that means there's only 4 rotating shifts. So that means you get to sleep 4 hours and then wake up for a shift for an hour and then sleep another 4 hours. Well, I suppose that's okay. And if anything happens, just shout. That's reassuring. Now, I can get a good night's rest. My skin will thank me. Looks like we're agreed then. This arrangement should stop X from causing further harm. We should be safe for a while. Now, we just had to continue our investigation and expose X's identity before they tried anything else. There was just one other thing that was bothering me. Shoma was killed today. I saw his body with my own eyes. Which meant he should have passed out, right? Yeah? No coma.
Up and Atom troops, time to rise and shine! Get ready for your 75th day of active service here at Last Defense Academy!
Shit.
Prepare to spend another day enduring the unendurable and suffering the insufferable to pave the way for humanity's future greatness.
We really fast forwarded there.
Be ready to give your lives to protect our beloved school from the vile and barbaric enemy.
Like 2.5 weeks? I woke up at the sound of the morning announcement. The first thought to cross my mind at that time was, not again. Along with a sense of resignation. Looking up at that unfamiliar ceiling, it took me a few seconds to realize I was in the gym. I stood up from my makeshift bed, pulled open the curtain divider, and stepped outside. Takumi. He awakens. I ain't one to sweat the small stuff, but you gave us a real scare this time. You were out for a whole 23 days. Is that a new record?
Ah.
Oh, for the love of murder. I turned slowly to look at everyone and then said, Everyone's safe. Thanks to your last words. My last words? For us to move in groups during the day and sleep together at night. Remember? Those were the instructions you gave us on day 51. We've been able to survive all this time because of them. X hasn't had an opportunity to strike. That also means X is still... Yes, we still don't know who they are. If we did, we would have thrown them in the cage and tossed away the key already. Now that I got a better look at them, I saw signs of fatigue on everyone's faces. X is among us. I'll be killed if I walk around with only one other person. They've all had to spend the last 23 days under the crushing weight of such thoughts. It's no wonder their mental fatigue was starting to show physically. Oh, right. There's something you need to know. What is it? About 10 days ago, we met the boy with the undying flames. He showed himself?
Yeah!
Well, he was feeling very unwell. But he said he just had to tell us something.
Huh?
And what was that? I recently found out there's something called a distress signal transmitter somewhere in the school. It was put here in the event of all but one member of Team 1 dying. Only Team 1 though, because the two teams joining together had not been anticipated. The people on the satellite did not think Team 2 would ever come here. At any rate, no matter how strong they were, a single fighter wouldn't be able to win this war on their own. Instead, that survivor would be extracted and put on standby, while the people in charge were put together a fresh team for a new attempt. Once the correct series of codes had been entered into the transmitter, it would, well, transmit the distress signal. Once the artificial satellite received it, they'd send a rescue craft to the school. The survivor would get on board and be taken back to the satellite. That's supposed to be the sequence of events. Also, the rescue craft does not have a capacity restriction. That means people from both teams 1 and 2 can board with no issues. The second to last academy does not have a transmitter of its own, so bringing the team over here was definitely the right move. Unfortunately, I do not know where that transmitter is located. Still, it seemed to me like this information could be of some use to you. That is why I came here to tell you about it. A distress signal transmitter. I've never seen or heard of such a thing before. Same here. After hearing that, we split into groups to search for the transmitter, but we still haven't found it. It doesn't matter. We'd have to put the transmitter on the back burner for now. Finding the identity of X was our top priority. X was most likely the one to kill Shoma. Or they could have ordered someone else to do it like they did for Kako. At any rate, X was absolutely involved in Shoma's murder. As long as we could figure out who killed Shoma, we'd find out who X is. Alright. I clenched my fist tightly.
Huh?
Hiruko, Tsubasa, come with me.
Oh.
What? Where? To the courtyard. I'm going to reinvestigate the scene of Shoma's murder. Very well. I don't mind, but... What's that? Can we have breakfast first? I'm starving. And thus, Hiruko, Tsubasa, and I went to the courtyard together after having breakfast. Why did you ask us to come along? I can't go against my own last words now, can I? The part about moving together in groups during the day?
Oh.
But why choose us?
Huh?
No reason in particular. I just felt like it. Felt like it. One of us could very well be X. Then it'll be a 2-on-1 fight. What if X tries to destroy evidence during this investigation?
Huh?
I'm not worried. They would have already done that while I was unconscious. If it was that important. Yes, that is true. Then what are you investigating? One question before I answer that. Nobody had an alibi for 4 a.m. on day 51, right? When Shoma was killed? Yes, we were all sleeping in our rooms. Well, Eva was in Aito's room, actually, but you know what I mean. What about the murder weapon? Or any other clues? So far, we haven't found anything. In that case, the fastest way to identify X is to see who could have possibly killed Shoma under those circumstances. The killer likely used a special method to kill Shoma while he was locked in the cage. Figuring out what that method was could break this case wide open. Who could have done that was the best line of investigation to pursue. How exactly are we going to do that? This place is so big. I have no idea where to even start. We need some sort of clue first. There is a clue.
Huh?
Shoma's body was wet when we first found it, remember? I think finding out why may very well be the key to solving this case. I walked over to the courtyard fountain. There was a valve with a handle on the side. probably for adjusting the amount of water being spouted. I opened it completely, and then a frightening amount of water gushed out all at once, making the fountain look like an erupting geyser or open dam. A giant column of water shot up into the sky. It came down again like a downpour of rain. I quickly turned the handle to close the valve. Soon, the water slowed considerably and went back to its normal flow. Phew, that was close. What exactly were you trying to do? I'm glad I was standing over here. I'd be all wet by now if I'd been any closer. Next, I checked the central drain. It was more like a tunnel than a drain. The water flowed deep into that tunnel. There was a large handle here as well. I turned the handle, and a wall came down from the top of the tunnel, completely sealing up the drain. After checking it, I returned the handle to its original position. I briefly saw Hideko and Tsubasa staring at me in confusion as I proceeded to my next destination, the cage where Shoma had been held. We already checked every last inch of that cage. There are no hidden tunnels underneath, and the bars are as strong as can be. No scratches on the lock either, and no traces that anything had been tampered with. The hinges of the gate are also untouched. As I was listening to them, my eyes wandered to the top of the cage. Officially, this cage is an animal pit. I think it was supposed to be modeled after a bird cage or something.
Huh?
You see that ring suspended from the top there? Yes, what about it? I didn't answer, instead lowering my glance to the bottom of the cage where something caught my eye. This cage isn't secured to the floor. It's just a bottomless cage placed on top of a base. But the cage is impossible to move manually. It literally weighs a ton. How do you know that? There was a blueprint of the courtyard on the war room's computer that had some information about it. I see. So it weighs 1 ton. Hey, that reminds me. Do you know this courtyard was originally created as a biotope for space development research? Biotope? I'll try to keep the explanation as brief as possible. It's said that before world death, Earth was full of different kinds of terrain, like arid regions and rainforests. And each of these regions were inhabited by living things unique to that area. Including plants, microorganisms, and vertebrates. For research purposes, This place had originally been created as the perfect replica of the ecosystems those creatures had been living in. That's why there are blasts of hot air to simulate a desert environment. They can also withstand atmospheric pressures many times Earth's range. But wouldn't that amount of pressure cause the windows to break?
Oh.
What are you talking about? Those things over there aren't windows. They're all display screens, including the ceiling. Look carefully and you'll see the light flickering every once in a while. There's no way the sky could be visible from here. We are inside the school after all. You might be right, but what about the exits on both sides? Connected to the hallways. Atmospheric pressure can escape from those exits when it gets too high, right?
Oh.
Those places were closed in the beginning, covered by partition walls. Don't you remember? Oh, right. They opened up after Sire released them. In other words, as long as the walls on those exits and drains are down, the courtyard is a completely sealed space. A completely sealed space. Are you done here? Shall we return to the gym? Not yet. There's just one more thing. This. Balloon?
Oh.
The one we found during our investigation on day 51. Why do you think it was found so close to the cage? I have no idea. I can hardly imagine it being someone's personal belonging. The more likely possibility is that someone made it using the Gift-O-Matic. Gift-O-Matic? We'll definitely be able to find a clue if we go there. We made our way to the rec room. Investigating the Gift-O-Matic resulted in a few discoveries.
Oh.
So in summary, the official name of this is the Sturdy Rubber Balloon. It was made using a very durable material.
Oh.
The description on the box mentions it doesn't break easily. The balloon has a capacity of 10 liters. It should be quite big when blown up. According to the history logs, it's been crafted a total of 100 times. Who needs that many balloons? And for what? Unfortunately, we won't be able to find out who crafted them. That data, and only that data, has been erased. After reviewing our findings, I put the balloon back into my pocket. Tsubasa, is there a tire pump in the parking lot? Yeah, an electric air compressor. Is it portable? Of course it is. It has caster wheels attached to it. Anybody can move it anywhere.
Huh?
But why do you ask? Sorry, let me gather my thoughts first. I'll explain it all to everyone once I have a clearer picture of how the events unfolded. A clearer picture? And when will that happen? Probably by 7 p.m. tonight. We returned to the gym together, where I immediately started sorting out my thoughts. The day flew by as I did, and soon it was night. The time I had asked everyone to meet had arrived. It was exactly 7 p.m. when I quietly said to everyone, "Hey guys, can we all move to the courtyard? I have something important to discuss." What's this important thing we had to come all the way here to discuss? Well, you see, I turned my gaze upward, then slowly lowered my head.
I figured out who killed Shoma.
Really? I wasn't ready for that. Who did it? First, you must answer the how. How did the killer stab Shoma when he was inside a locked cage? Once we can figure that out, the identity of the killer becomes apparent. Because only that person could have done all that under those circumstances. Just cut to the chase and tell us who the killer is already.
All right. I'll tell you.
No.
The person who killed Shoma.
No.
It was.
Oh, man.
The name of that person is...
We didn't even get to review the evidence. Fuck. I think it's Hiroko. And that's only because of the way that X was talking. You, Hiruko Shizuhara. Excuse me? Was that a joke? Explain how I did it then. Very well. Allow me to explain. What you did was, you know, it's all very simple. You were... This guy's stinking of high heavens. Of course he is. He's an X after all. Hey, now that I think about it, nobody got attacked whenever he was unconscious, right? Maybe he's trying to frame someone else to make the rest of us let our guard down. After that, he'll tell us there's no need to travel in groups or sleep together anymore, and then commit his next crime. So he brought this matter up in a futile attempt to shift suspicion away from him. It does make sense. Yes, it does indeed. One after another, the others started voicing their agreement, and I found myself unable to offer anything in rebuttal. You leave us with no choice but to lock you up. Wait, this was a mistake. I was just... Is this how it's going to play out? In the end, I was detained by the others and locked inside the cage in the courtyard. What possessed me to even say that? I couldn't remember. But it was too late for regrets. I had no strength left to even sigh. Only a little while later, my consciousness fled from me. Day 100. Holy shit. I had no idea how long I was unconscious. When I next opened my eyes, I saw that the cage had been unlocked. Unsure of what that meant, I pushed the door open nervously and stepped outside, only to notice that someone was lying in the cage next to mine. I ran over to see who it was.
Ava.
Aw. I didn't even need to check. She was clearly already gone. The cage was unlocked. I went inside and touched her arm. It was deathly cold. She'd been dead for at least a few hours.
What's going on here?
I stamped down my disquieting thoughts and quickly started searching for the others. My next destination was the library. As soon as I entered, I saw
Yoshika!
I checked her body. She wasn't breathing and had no pulse. Judging from how cold she felt, it seemed like she had died a few hours ago as well. Thinking everyone might be in their rooms, I proceeded to the roof. It was eerily silent all around. There were no signs of life anywhere. Still convinced there had to be somebody around, I opened every single door to check. Takimaru's room, Hiruko's room, Terumi's room. Their rooms were completely empty and abandoned. Kurara's room was next. I went inside. My glance fell on her bed. lying there was...
No! Kurata too!
I checked her body. Like Eva and Kyoshika, she was cold to the touch.
No, wait. Maybe.
Clinging to a ray of hope, I decided to move Kurara's body to the infirmary. But too much time has passed since death. Impossible to revive, was all the monitor would say. I had a really bad feeling about this whole thing. Dark despondency pooled and congealed at the pit of my stomach. But it's fine. It's going to be fine. That's what I kept telling myself as I continued searching. I checked every room on the second and third floors, and then any other rooms I had checked. I didn't find anyone. Finally, I reached the first floor. Upon stepping inside the mysterious room with no name, I saw
Yugamu.
there was no need to even check on his body. I could feel an eerie chill crawling underneath my skin and spreading to the rest of my body. The last place I visited was the garage. Pushed the door open and cautiously stepped inside. And then when I finally registered the scene before me, I thought I could hear the sound of my heart breaking apart. I felt nothing, not even sadness or despair. I simply turned over their bodies mechanically and emotionlessly. Takimaru, Ima, Darumi, and Tsubasa's hearts had been removed through their backs. Acting on a hunch, I peered inside Hiruko's clothing to check her back as well. There was a large, empty cavity there as well, just as I had suspected. But I was no longer capable of reasoning this through. My mental faculties had been taken over by a thick, impenetrable fog. Stepping outside, I wandered around aimlessly for a while before coming to a stop in the schoolyard. I stood rooted to the spot in a daze for quite some time. And then a passing, soundless breeze blew past. As I took in the breeze, a slight sense of suspicion flashed through the back of my mind. How many dead bodies have I found? 1, 2, 3, 4, 9. I was put in the prison cell on day 75. How many survivors were there at that time? Including myself, there were 12. Which meant... But that suspicion was quickly dispelled from my mind when the remaining 2 survivors appeared before me. We fought so hard in the defensive battles. Everyone gave their all. We even beat Veshness. And yet, this is what we woke up to.
Kuni. You killed them all, right?
What?
We're the last 3 still alive. No one else but you could have done it.
Her accusation jolted my mind into action, and I started to defend myself desperately.
No, it wasn't me! I went through the same ordeal too! My cage was unlocked when I woke up and I walked out to almost everybody dead!
You really think we'll believe you after what you've already done?
Who else could have done this, huh? Tell us!
Mocha was right. The 3 of us were the only ones still alive. It stood to reason that one of us had to be the killer.
Come on, we're waiting! Who killed everybody if not you?
It was...
Well, that's silly. It wasn't Takumi or Nozomi. It had to be Moko. She's the one we know the least about.
You! Moko Mochiro!
You killed everyone. It had to have been you. There's no mistake about it. Has she been replaced all along? No, no, no. No, 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 no. Moko charged at me deliriously while branding a massive butcher knife. I instinctively grabbed her wrist, snatched the butcher knife away, and... slashed her neck. I watched in horror as Moko collapsed to the ground. I killed her. I hadn't intended to, but it just happened. My knees were knocking against each other. My strength gave out, and the butcher knife fell to the ground. Immediately after,
Moko! Moko!
Nozomi screamed at the top of her lungs and dashed over. The knife that had fallen from my hand was lying at my feet. She quickly picked it up and swung it wildly. What?
Nozomi, why?
Nozomi was standing in front of me with an astonished look on her deathly pale face. I stared absently at her until my consciousness faded to nothingness. Well, that's crazy. Mystery Route 94, Revenge from Moko. Huh. So should have saved. I should have saved at day 50. Dang. Well, we'll pick this up again next week. And try again. Bummer. I thought we would be able to review the evidence before making an accusation. I couldn't put all the clues together about the birdcage in the courtyard. Well, this has been fun, everybody. I'll see you next time. Tonight, what's on the schedule? League of Legends. So tune in for that. We're going to be destroying towers and collecting champs, trying to get to level 30 so you can eventually start ranked climbing. But yeah, should be fun. But for now, I'm going to sign off here, get some rest, and at least a nap. And I'll see you all later.